school offerings that we offer in Fayette County. I say all the time that if you want to look at school choice, just look at what we do in Fayette County. We have school choice without the need of charter schools. So I applaud the work that you've done, and just keep doing it. With that said, Mr. Chair, I proudly vote aye.
Senator Tishner? Aye. Senator Williams?
I'd like to explain my aye vote.
Please proceed.
I just did want to notice that Kenton County Sheriff Korsenbaugh is here along with his chief deputy, Colonel Morgan, in support of this, and I support them, and I know they strongly support this and support you. So I'm voting aye with the community. Thank you for your work.
Senator Wilson?
Aye.
Senator Wise?
Aye.
Chair West?
Aye. House Bill 540 passes with 11 aye votes and 0 no votes and is reported with favorable expression. Do I have a motion for consent?
Consent.
Senator Williams has the motion. Senator Funky Fromeyer has the second. All those in favor of consent say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. 540 is passed with favorable expression and will be on consent.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, committee. One last person I left out for thanking, Representative All from Lexington also was very pivotal with this process, and he definitely needs some attention for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the agenda, we had to, as chair, we had to call a little bit of an audible here. There were some comments directed to the chair on a few of the resolutions, and so we still have time for the resolutions. So in order to keep that process moving, we are going to pass over all of the resolutions that were on the docket today. At this time, do we have anybody who needs to record some votes? Senator Wise, do you need to record any votes?
Yes, I do, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. You'd record an aye vote on House Bill 36, House Bill 244, House Bill 319.
Anyone else seeking need? Senator Carroll.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to record an aye vote on House Bill 36, House Bill 244, House 319, House Bill.
We noted other business to come before the committee. Seeing none, this meeting is adjourned.
Standing Committee on Economic Development, Tourism, and Labor. This is our fifth meeting of the legislative session. We'd like to ask everyone, if you have a cell phone, if you please just turn that to silence or vibrate while we conduct our business today. It would be greatly appreciated if we have any visitors today. Welcome and thank you for attending today's meeting. Sasha, if you would, please call the roll.
Senator Boswell, Senator Funky Fromeyer, Senator Gardler, Senator Harper Angel, Senator Howell, Senator Mills,
Here.
Senator Storm, Senator Thomas, Senator Wilson, Chairman Wise.
Present. We do have a quorum of duly constituted to do business today. I'm going to jump real quickly and go first to House Bill 303, an act relating to economic development. The sponsor of that is Representative Josh Branscombe. Representative, thank you for being here this morning. I know you've got some guests with you as well. And so if you don't care, if you would just first introduce yourself for the record and your guest as well.
Yes, sir. Josh Branscombe, State Representative, 83rd District.
Good morning, Kate, or afternoon.
Perfect. Great to see you all. Person by Ducey, we have a committee sub on the bill. We have a motion. We have a second. All those in favor of signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Subject adopted. Mr. Branson, I'll let you continue.
All right, thank you, Chairman, members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to be with House Bill 303. 3 is House Bill 303, which deals with various changes that are being proposed by the Cabinet Economic Development passed by House 96. While this bill is quite lengthy, unfortunately, a large portion of the bill deals with reorganization, streamlining processes, and conformity to last year's House Bill 303 focuses on calling outings, Happy Rewards, adds companies engaged in hydrogen transmission qualified companies for having economic development program. This is application cap for grant and agency skill training and investment credit program. Along with funding deadlines for the hospital Yeah, no, three things that the light already have the
We have a count, please.
None.
We have a count of 9-0. We have a motion for consent by Senator Girdler. I had a second from Senator Boswell. All those in favor of placing the motion on consent, please do so by saying aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, Representative
Thank you,
Branscombe.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you, committee.
Representative Pratt, I'm gonna have you come to the table. You're gonna be quite a busy man this afternoon here. I'm gonna first go with House Bill 394 that you have. That is an act relating to professional or employer organizations. And if you would, please introduce yourself for the record, please.
Philip Pratt, State Representative, 62nd District.
Any guests you may have, if they could identify themselves.
Hi, my name is Charlie Vance. I'm the CEO of Current HR and a representative from the National Association of PEOs.
Thank you so much for being here.
I'll let my guests go first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll keep my comments brief. By way of background, the National Association of PEOs is the largest trade association for the PEO industry. There are 60 NAPIO PEO companies doing business in the state of Kentucky with 1,500 employers. and 30,000 worksite employees. My company's based in Northern Kentucky. PEOs provide comprehensive human resources solutions that allow small and mid-sized businesses and their clients to focus on their core competencies and maintain and grow their business. Typical PEO client is an average size of 5 to 20 employees. I'm here to ask for your support on House Bill 394 on behalf of the members of the National Association of PEOs.
Committee members, you will remember early in the session, we passed Senate Bill 10, House Bill 10. That was to stop implementation of this bill. This is a cleanup they need. It actually defines how they can report, and you have to take their history into consideration when you report your workman's comp and UI.
We have a motion and we have a second. Motion was made by Senator Mills, second by Senator Wilson. Sasha, please call the roll.
Senator Boswell, Senator Funky Fromeyer, Senator Gardler, Senator Harper Angel, Senator Howell, Senator Mills, Senator Storm, Senator Thomas, Senator Wheeler, Senator Wilson, Chairman Wise.
Aye. By a count of 9-0, motion carries. Oh, we looked over you. You snuck in here, Senator Storm. So we do have 10 members present now for committee. We have an aye vote cast by Senator Storm, makes it a 10-0 count. Do we have a motion for consent? Senator Gardler was the motion, second by Senator Mills. All those in favor, accepting consent, please do say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee members.
I'm gonna let you keep your seat there, Representative Pratt. House Bill 395, an act relating to project oversight of governmental information technology resources. I'm sure if you have any guests with you or not.
No, it's just me alone today, sir.
Perfect. I see there's not a sub, so we'll go ahead and let you introduce.
Establish investment on information technology improvement and modernization project oversight board, which consists of 6 members, 3 members appointed by the Speaker of the House, 3 by the President of the Senate. And we actually do have a committee sub we put over there that allowed minorities to also have a seat at the table. The purpose of the board is to review investment and funding strategies for projects to modernize state IT systems. Basically what it does, it sets up a mechanism. As I'm going to tell you, cabinets definitely need new computers. They're old. They actually have to come to us with a plan, say this is what we want to do, this is how we want to do it.
We have a motion on the bill by Senator Howell. Do we have a second? We have a second by Senator Mills. Sasha, please call the roll.
Senator Boswell, Senator Funky Fromeyer, Senator Gardler, Senator Harper Angel, Senator Howell, Senator Mills, Senator Storm,
Aye.
Senator Thomas, Senator Wheeler, Senator Wise,
Aye.
Senator Wilson,
Sorry.
Chairman Wise.
Aye again. By vote count of 10-0, but bill does pass. Do we have a motion for consent? We have a motion by Senator Mills, a second by Senator Funky Fromeyer. All those in favor of placing the bill on consent, please just by saying aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Keep your seat there. Last one for you, sir, and you're done. House Bill 39, an act relating to the Kentucky Horse Park. Sponsor again is Representative Pratt. He's not changed any since he's been there this morning. He does have a guest at the table. If you can introduce your guest for the record, please.
Austin Kerr, Chairperson of the Kentucky Horse Park Commission.
Thank you so much for being here. We do have a sub on this bill. We have a motion and a second on the sub. All those in favor of accepting the sub, please do so by saying aye. Any opposed? Sub does carry. Mr. Pratt.
Thank you. What the sub does, it actually helps with procurement. This is a working horse farm, folks. This is not like any other project you're going to be around. So with that, that gives them some flexibility in the purchasing of products and stuff like that. I can tell you, I had an employee of mine that we just hired to work with Fayette County government. They did a bid out for irrigation system, $80,000. After they put it in correctly, they paid someone $120,000 to put it in correctly. This is unique, so this will help them a lot. Yes, sir.
Do have a question, Senator Thomas?
Ms. Kerr, same question I asked earlier of the Cabinet of Economic Development. Give me a couple of reasons why this bill should be passed.
Well, the horse park needs to be competitive into the environment that we're living in now. We are definitely not competitive. It takes us months, if not years, to get the requirements fulfilled, to build, to staff, to actually operate in this. Where we are now, we have like maybe 22 competitive entities that are going to take precedence over the Kentucky Horse Park. Once they take our shows and our clients, we go down the scale. We are rated less, and this wonderful horse park that has literally given so much to Kentucky kind of falters.
And other states are building competition by private companies to take the business. We know that.
I can name them if you'd like.
Senator Frankie Fromeyer.
We've done some creative direction towards public-private partnerships, the P3. Is there access for you to utilize P3 with the
Absolutely.
Kentucky Horse Park?
Absolutely.
And does this help with that?
That will definitely help with us here. A million times that will help us. We need to have a seat at the table when it comes to be talking about building or materials or anything that we need at the park. Right now, we don't even have a seat at the table to discuss things. So this would just make us a competitive and very effective.
We have a motion by Senator Boswell. I heard a second from Senator Mills. Sasha, please call the roll.
Senator Boswell, Senator Funky Fromeyer, Senator Gardler, Senator Harper Angel, Senator Howell, Senator Mills, Senator Storm,
Aye.
Senator Thomas, Senator Wheeler, Senator Wilson, Chairman Wise.
Aye. By a vote count of 10-0, the bill does pass. Thank you for your comments also, Ms. Kerr. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you.
Do we have
for
a motion
letting
for
us-
consent? Motion by Senator Mills, a second by Senator Boswell. Thank you. All those in favor of placing the bill on consent, please do so by saying aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, committee members, thank you all very much. Good news, I've bet 1,000 days, so that's great.
And thank you from the horse park.
You're
really.
very welcome. Thank you so much for being here. Next bill on our agenda is House Bill 519, an act relating to tourist and convention commissions in counties containing a city of the first class or a consolidated local government and declaring an emergency. And that's a mouthful of a title. Representative McPherson, thank you for being here, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Welcome to the Economic Development Committee, my friend. I think this is your first time appearing before me as chairman, so welcome.
It is. Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, Board. And the title is pretty much more than the bill does.
If you would just briefly introduce yourself for the
Okay.
record.
Yes, Representative Sean McPherson, 22nd District.
Thank you, sir.
So this bill simply puts the president or chief executive officer of the Kentucky State Fair Board on the commission on the Louisville and Lexington Tourism Commission.
We have a motion by Senator Mills. We have a second by Senator Wilson. Any questions? Not. Sasha, please call the roll.
Senator Boswell, Senator Funky Fromeyer, Senator Gardler, Senator Harper Angel, Senator Howell, Senator Mills, Senator Storm,
Aye.
Senator Thomas, Senator Wheeler, Senator Wilson, Chairman Wise.
Aye. By a vote count of 10-0, the bill does pass. We have a motion for consent by Senator Gardler, second by Senator Boswell. All those in favor of placing 519 on consent, please do so by saying aye. Any opposed? Congratulations, Representative.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Next bill on our agenda is House Bill 586. It's an act relating to workforce development. The representative is also Chairman of Economic Development, Russell Weber from the House. Representative, welcome. If you would introduce yourself and your guest for the record, please.
Russell Weber, State Representative, House District 26.
Brianna Carroll, Director of Public Affairs, Kentucky League of Cities.
Thank you both for being here. Representative, floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, House Bill 586 adds a representative from the cities to the Kentucky Education and Workforce Collaborative that was created in the 2022 General Assembly, and it also increases the board by virtue of that addition from 20 to 21.
We have a motion by Senator Mills. I heard a second from Senator Wilson. Any questions? Seeing none, Sasha, please call the roll.
Senator Boswell, Senator Funky Fromeyer, Senator Gardler, Senator Harper Angel, Senator Howell, Senator Mills, Senator Storm, Senator Thomas, Senator Wheeler, Senator Wilson, Chairman Wise.
Aye. By a vote count of 10-0, the bill does pass. Motion for consent by Senator Gardler. We have a second by Senator Mills. All those in favor of placing House Bill 586 on consent, please do so by saying aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations, sir. Bill does go on consent. Our last bill of the day is House Joint Resolution 49, a joint resolution directing the Tourism, Arts, and Heritage Cabinet to develop a Kentucky Women's History Trail. And the representative is Deanna Frazier Gordon. Representative, welcome this afternoon, excuse me. If you would identify yourself for the record, and you may proceed.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I am Representative Deanna Frazier Gordon, District 81, Madison County. Thank you.
Welcome. Looking forward to hear about this. Please continue.
Well, Mr. Chairman, you know, we have smooth bourbon and we have fast horses, but we all know that the heart of Kentucky lies within its women. And so this resolution would direct the cabinet to formally develop a women's history trail. I did query the cabinet, and we currently have 126 historical markers that somehow identify with impact that women have the contributions and significant acknowledgments. But this would actually ask them to compile it in a way to promote tourism within our state.
Excellent resolution. Any questions from any members? Can I entertain a question, Senator Mills?
Was there an actuarial analysis on this at all?
There was not, because I was waiting on to see the actual number of markers that were already in place. And so the intent of the legislation is to also for this to be something that encompasses the whole state. And so there would be an opportunity for grants, and apparently the ARPA funds that encompass larger districts. There's a larger pool of money there. And so once those contributions had been made, then it's a possibility that we would be able to apply those just to have the historical markers.
Excellent. We have a motion, Senator Mills, entertain a second. Senator Harper Angel over there. Sasha, please call the roll.
Senator Boswell, Senator Funky Fromeyer, Senator Gardler, Senator Harper Angel, Senator Howell, Senator Mills, Senator Storm, Senator Thomas, Senator Wheeler, Senator Wilson, Chairman Wise.
Aye. By a vote count of 10-0, the bill does pass. Motion for consent by Senator Gardler. Second. Senator Mills. All those in favor of placing the joint resolution on consent, please do so by saying aye. Any opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you,
Congratulations.
Chairman. Thank you,
Do you have a
members.
motion for adjournment? I'm sorry. Senator Storm recording a vote on House Bill 303.
Yes.
Voting aye.
Aye.
That is correct.
Thank you.
We got you recorded. Any other comments? Senator Boswell? House Bill 303. You were here. Yes, sir. We've got you down. Yeah, we've got you. Anyone else not able to obtain a vote? Nice job. Do I have a motion for adjournment? So moved. Thank you all.
of out-of-state lobbyists over the words of every single medical organization in the world, including the Kentucky Medical Association. And you are going to put providers in a position where they can either provide the ethical standards of care to their patients or become a felon. Shame on you. There is no excuse. This is reprehensible. And I can guarantee you right now, if you pass this, this will go down in history. You will be on the wrong side of history, just like those who voted to keep things segregated against Black people. This is wrong. For those of you who vote yes, honest to God, may God have mercy on your souls. I genuinely cannot fathom why we are still here debating this. And guess what? I'm going to take a second and say to any trans kid out here watching this, this is not how your government should work. This is not how your government does work. There are people here every day fighting for you to be seen as you are, to be respected, to be loved, and to have a place in this Commonwealth. And this Commonwealth belongs to you too. And for the love of God, I know one day I will see you sitting up here instead of these people. Shame on you. I would thank you for your time, but I am honest to God so embarrassed, ashamed, and for the first time in my life, I wish I was not a Kentuckian.
Mariah, call the roll.
Representative Baker,
Yes.
Representative Bauman,
Yes.
Representative Bojanowski,
No.
Representative Brown,
I want to explain my vote briefly, please.
Please proceed.
Testimony yesterday and today, last night, late last night, my vote is no, and I cannot fathom doing what we're doing. I was walking through the halls last night as I was going to my office, and the 18 of us that voted against this bill, 471, it was, I mean, we were called all kinds of things, and there has to be a level of respect for all sides and all opinions in these discussions. And I was quite honestly offended, but I kept walking and walked into my office because I did not want to have a confrontation, verbally or physically, with colleagues of mine on the House floor. I am not a derelict. I am not a person that does not care about people deeply. All of us, regardless of which party we're from and what our ideology is, and to be called something that I'm not was not kind, and it was not good for me. But I kept walking, and the people that said that are some people that are on the floor across the hall from me, and it is really not beneficial to call folk names. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Emily Callaway,
Yes.
Representative Josh Callaway,
Yes.
Representative Decker,
Yes.
Representative Doan,
Yes.
Representative Jackson,
Yes, ma'am.
Representative Lewis,
Yes.
Representative Massaroni,
Yes.
Representative McCool,
Yes.
Representative Rayburn,
Yes.
Representative Rawlings,
Yes.
Representative Raymond,
No. To explain my vote,
Please proceed.
this harms kids. This harms kids in every single school in this Commonwealth. Harms kids in every single school in this Commonwealth. If you don't believe me, you just don't know it. I'm embarrassed and I'm appalled and I'm scared. I vote no.
Representative Riley, Representative Timoney,
No.
Representative Truitt,
Yes.
Representative Weber,
Yes.
Representative Wilner,
No.
Chair Tipton.
Chair votes aye. With 16 aye votes, 5 no votes, and 0 pass votes, Senate Bill 50, as amended by Primary House Substitute 6, is passed. We do have a title amendment. Motion second on the title amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Title amendment passes. The meeting is adjourned.
I want to explain. I have been a long player. Explain my vote.
Vote and explain.
I vote yes. And I want to explain my vote. I have been a long-time opponent of legislation relating to marijuana. I came into this body 20 years ago with a strong set of core beliefs. I grew up in the 1980s during a very strong anti-drug culture. If you're a pot smoker and you're looking for me to help get the camel's nose under the tent so you can smoke your pot legally in Kentucky, I'm not your guy. But I believe Senator West has done a fantastic job limiting the number of afflictions that medical cannabis can be used for. This narrowly focused approach has got my vote. I agree with Senator Douglas. I agree with everything that the gentleman from the Family Foundation said. But to quote the lady who spoke earlier today, for the sake of those who suffer, I vote aye.
Senator Thayer.
Explain my vote.
Vote and explain.
I vote yes. And I want to explain my vote. I have been a long-time opponent of legislation relating to marijuana. I came into this body 20 years ago with a strong set of core beliefs. I grew up in the 1980s during a very strong anti-drug culture. If you're a pot smoker and you're looking for me to help get the camel's nose under the tent so you can smoke your pot legally in Kentucky, I'm not your guy. But I believe Senator West has done a fantastic job limiting this narrowly focused approach has got my vote. I agree with Senator Douglas. I agree with everything that the gentleman from the Family Foundation said. But to quote the lady who spoke earlier today, for the sake of those who suffer, I vote aye.
Senator Thayer.
Explain my vote.
Vote and explain.
I vote yes. And I want to explain my vote. I have been a long-time opponent of legislation relating to marijuana. I came into this body 20 years ago with a strong set of core beliefs. I grew up in the 1980s during a very strong anti-drug culture. If you're a pot smoker and you're looking for me to help get the camel's nose under the tent so you can smoke your pot legally in Kentucky, I'm not your guy. But I believe Senator West has done a fantastic job limiting the number of afflictions that medical cannabis can be used for. This narrowly focused approach has got my vote. I agree with Senator Douglas. I agree with everything that the gentleman from the Family Foundation said. But to quote the lady who spoke earlier today, for the sake of those who suffer, I vote aye.
Senator
Mr. Doorkeeper, please inform the caucuses and members that we are ready to reconvene. I got it. Body shall come to order. The order of business will be report of committees. Mr. Clerk, please report.
Economic Development, Tourism, and Labor Committee has met and reports House Bill 39 should pass the rules as consent with Senate Committee Sub 1. House Bill 303 should pass to rules as consent with Senate Committee Sub 1. House Bill 394 should pass the rules as consent. House Bill 395 should pass the rules as consent. House Bill 519 should pass the rules as consent. House Bill 586 should pass the rules as consent. House Joint Resolution 49 should pass the rules as consent. The Education Committee has met and reports House Bill 36 should pass the rules as consent. House Bill 244 should pass the rules as consent with Senate Committee Sub 1. House Bill 319 should pass the rules as consent with Senate Committee Sub 1 and Senate Committee Title Amendment 1. House Bill 540 should pass the rules as consent. The Judiciary Committee has met and reports the following. House Bill 78 should pass the rules. House Bill 83 should pass the rules with Senate Committee Sub 1. House Bill 115 should pass the rules as consent. House Bill 144 should pass the rules as consent. House Bill 207 should pass the rules. House Bill 249 should pass the rules. House Bill 262 should pass the rules. House Bill 338 should pass the rules. House Bill 369 should pass the rules. House Bill 568 should pass the rules with Senate Committee Sub 1. And the Veterans, Military Affairs, and Public Protection Committee has met and reports House Bill 63 should pass the rules. House Bill 64 should pass the rules. And House Bill 373 should pass the rules.
Mr. Clerk, does that conclude your report?
It does.
Senator from Fayette, 12. Do you have a report?
Yes, Mr. President. The Enrollment Committee has met and finds the following bills are in order and ready for your signature. Senate Bill 9, Senate Bill 20, Senate Joint Resolution 54, Senate Bill 135, and Senate Bill 163.
Prior to the chair signing these in open session, would ask that the members please stay close to your chair, stay close to the chamber. We've got several things. Chief Justice is going to have to be up in a few minutes to swear some people in. Other things going on like that. So it would be appreciated if individuals would at least let their caucus chairs know where they are if needed for something that comes up. So with that, chair is getting ready to sign Senate Bill 9. Chair is ready to sign Senate Bill 20. Chair is ready to sign Senate Joint Resolution 54. Chair is ready to sign Senate Bill 135. Chair is ready to sign Senate Bill 163. Senator from Scott.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate recess for a Rules Committee meeting.
Senator from Scott, I'm not going to recognize you right now. I'm going to recognize the Senator from Grayson. We have a visitor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, the clerk of the House is here to communicate with our Senate.
Mr. Clerk, good afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House has passed Senate Bills 65, 110, 129, 141, and 209 with letter and respectfully request concurrence of this honorable body. Also, the House has passed Senate Bills 4, 75, 89, 101, 112, 165, 281, and respectfully returns same to this honorable body.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Now, Senator from Scott.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now I move that the Senate recess for a meeting of the Rules Committee at the clerk's desk.
This body shall be in recess until call of the chair. Dave, we can do it. There we go. Body shall come to order. Next order of business would be report of committees. Mr. Clerk, please report.
For Thursday, March 16th, 2023, the Rules Committee has met and posted the following bills to the regular orders for Thursday, March 16th. House Bill 78, House Bill 369, House Bill 544, House Bill 568, and House Joint Resolution 7. Rules Committee has posted these bills to the consent orders for Thursday, March 16th, 2023. House Bill 39, House Bill 144, House Bill 222, House Bill 303, House Bill 320, House Bill 329, House Bill 394, House Bill 395, House Bill 519, House Bill 540, House Bill 586, House Joint Resolution 37, and House Joint Resolution 69. Also, the Rules Committee has posted these bills to the concurrence orders for Thursday, March 16th. Senate Bill 3, Senate Bill 7, and Senate Bill 43.
Nemus is here. They're all here. Yeah, they're all here. Mr. Clerk, does that conclude your report? Ladies and gentlemen of the body, as soon as the Chief Justice arrives, we will be going to have him swear the impeachment committee in. So we will stop our business at that time so we may take care of that order of business. So for the members who know they're on the impeachment committee, please stay in the chamber. The Chief Justice should be here any minute. So now, Senator from Scott, there has been a report of committees.
Let's go to the consent orders, Mr. President, if the clerk is ready.
Senator Scott, they are ready and they are displayed.
Mr. President, I move that the consent orders be taken from their place in the orders of the day, read for the third time by title only, and placed upon their passage.
Mr. Clerk, if you would report consent orders number 2.
Consent orders number 2, House Bill 39, an act relating to the Kentucky Horse Park. House Bill 303, an act relating to economic development. House Bill 519, an act relating to tourist and convention commissions in counties containing a city of the first class or a consolidated local government and declaring an emergency. House Bill 540, an act relating to school safety. House Bill 586, an act relating to workforce development. House Bill 144, an act relating to privacy. House Bill 222, an act relating to hazardous waste management fund. House Bill 320, an act relating to commercial driver's licenses. House Bill 329, an act relating to government contract review and declaring an emergency. House Bill 394, an act relating to professional employer organizations. House Bill 395, an act relating to project oversight of governmental information technology resources. House Joint Resolution 37, joint resolution directing the Energy and Environment Cabinet to adopt revisions to the State Air Quality Implementation Plan to remove the reformulated gas requirement for Jefferson County and applicable parts of Oldham and Bullitt counties. And House Joint Resolution 69, joint resolution directing the governor or his designee to certify to the Environmental Protection Agency that the Kentucky Board of Radon Safety has legal and administrative authority to enter into a grant with the EPA, including specifically the receipt and administration of EPA state indoor radon grant funding.
Senator Scott, I would like for the body, if we could, to stand at ease, and if the following senators would come to the front of the chamber: Senator from Laurel, Senator from Callaway, the Senator from Boone 20, the Senator from Bullitt, the Senator from Oldham, the Senator from Jefferson 19, and the Senator from Fayette 13, for the purpose of having the oath of office for the impeachment committee to be administered by the Chief Justice of the Commonwealth of Kentucky. Chief.
Good afternoon. Senators, I will remind you of your oath under Section 228 of the Kentucky Constitution, your oath as oath of office. but do each of you solemnly swear affirm that you will faithfully and impartially try the impeachment against Ronnie Lee Goldie, Jr., Commonwealth Attorney, and give your decision according to the law and the evidence?
I do.
All right, thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you,
We're
Chief.
in order.
I just picked up. Now, after that, members understand why they need to stay close to the chamber. Things move with alacrity down here when we are in the chamber. Senator Scott, you have a motion.
Mr. President, I move that the consent orders.
Nope. We have to adopt some.
Yep, Mr. President, House Bill 39 has a Senate committee substitute. I would ask that it be reported.
Mr. Clerk, would you please report Senate Committee Substitute number 1 to House Bill 39?
Senate Committee Sub 1 to House Bill 39.
Senator Scott.
Move adoption.
Matter for the body is adoption. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Senate Committee Substitute 1 to House Bill 39 is adopted. Senator from Scott.
Mr. President, House Bill 303 has a committee substitute. Ask that it be reported.
Mr. Clerk, would you please report Senate Committee Substitute to House Bill 303?
Senate Committee Sub 1 to House Bill 303.
Senator from Scott.
Move adoption.
Matter for the body is adoption. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Senate Committee Substitute to 303 is adopted. Senator from Scott.
Mr. President, House Joint Resolution 37 has a Senate committee substitute. I would ask that it be reported.
Mr. Clerk, please report Senate Committee Substitute to House Joint Resolution 37.
Senate Committee Sub 1 to House Joint Resolution 37.
Senator from Scott.
Move adoption.
Matter for the body is adoption. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Senate Committee Substitute 1 to House Joint Resolution 37 is adopted. Senator from Scott. Now motion on the consent order.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for passage, including final passage for numerous House bills of the consent orders number 2.
The matter for the body is passage of consent orders number 2, which also is final passage for several items on the consent orders. Madam Clerk, would you please announce any nay or pass votes for consent orders number 2?
Mr. President, there are no nay votes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All those members having been recorded as present and having not indicated to the contrary shall be counted as voting aye, and consent orders number 2 are passed. Senator Scott.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to yield to the senator from Fayette 12.
Senator from Fayette 12, do you have a report of the Enrollment Committee?
Yes, Mr. President. The Enrollment Committee has met and finds the following bills are in order and ready for your signature. Senate Bill 4, Senate Bill 75, Senate Bill 89, Senate Bill 101, Senate Bill 112, Senate Bill 165, and Senate Bill 281.
Okay. Did she hand you the paperwork? Okay, so you're going to follow this. Chair is ready to sign Senate Bill 4. Chair is ready to sign Senate Bill 75. Chair is ready to sign Senate Bill 89. Chair is ready to sign Senate Bill 101. Chair is ready to sign Senate Bill 112. Chair is ready to sign Senate Bill 165. Chair is ready to sign Senate Bill 281. Senator from Scott.
Mr. President, let's go to concurrence orders number 1.
Madam Clerk, would you have them displayed? Senator Scott, they are displayed.
Concurrence number
Oh.
1, please.
That's concurrence 2, correct. Senator Scott, concurrence 1, I guess, are displayed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would make the motion to move Senate Bill 229 back into the concurrence orders of the day.
Being no objection, it is now on the concurrence orders. Senator from Scott. Senator from Scott.
Thank you, Mr. President. There is some question about House Floor Amendment number 2. We believe it's inaccurately and incorrectly displayed on the board as we believe it did not pass the House. So while that is being sorted out at the clerk's desk, we're going to go to concurrence number 2, Mr. President, and I would move that Senate Bill 3 with House Amendment be taken from the orders of the day for concurrence.
Mr. Clerk, would you please report Senate Bill 3?
Senate Bill 3, an act relating to the educators' liability insurance and making an appropriation therefore.
Senator from Scott.
Thank you, Mr. President. Please ask the clerk to report the House Committee substitute.
Mr. Clerk, please report.
House Committee Sub 1 to Senate Bill 3.
Senator from Scott.
Mr. President, I have checked in with the senator from Taylor, and he approves the language in the House Committee substitute, and so I would move that we do concur.
The matter for the body is concurrence with House Committee Substitute number 1. All those members in favor of concurring, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. House Committee Substitute number 1 is concurred with. Senator from Scott.
Mr. President, I move for final passage of Senate Bill 3 as amended in the House and concurred with in the Senate.
The matter for the body is final passage of Senate Bill 3 as amended and concurred with by the Senate. Seeing no one seeking recognition, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Berg, Senator Boswell, Senator Carpenter, Senator Carroll, Senator Chambers Armstrong, Senator Deneen, Senator Douglas, Senator Funky Fromeyer, Senator Girdler, Senator Givens, Senator Harper Angel, Senator Higdon, Senator Howell, Senator Mays Bledsoe, Senator McDaniel, Senator Meredith, Senator Mills, Senator Neal, Senator Nemes, Senator Rocky Adams, Senator Schickel, Senator Smith, Senator Southworth, Senator Stivers,
Aye.
Senator Storm, Senator Thayer, Senator Thomas, Senator Tishner, Senator Turner, Senator Webb, Senator West, Senator Westerfield, Senator Wheeler, Senator Williams, Senator Wilson, Senator Wise, Senator Yates, Senator Yates.
Senator Tishner votes aye. Smith votes aye. McDaniel votes aye. Harper Angel votes aye. And Neal changes his vote from a nay vote to an aye vote. Senator Carroll votes aye. All members having voted, there being 37 yeas, no nays, Senate Bill 3 as amended by House Committee Substitute and concurred with by the Senate is finally passed. Senator from Scott.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that Senate Bill 7 with House amendment be taken from the orders of the day for concurrence.
Mr. Clerk, please report House Bill 7.
Senate Bill 7, an act relating to the administration of payroll systems and declaring an emergency.
Senator from Scott.
Thank you, Mr. President. Please ask the clerk to report House Committee Substitute 1.
Mr. Clerk, please report House Committee Substitute number 1.
House Committee Sub 1 to Senate Bill 7.
Senator from Scott.
Mr. President, I've spoken with the senator from Henderson, and he is amenable to the changes, and so I move that we do concur.
Matter for the body is concurrence on House Committee Substitute number 1. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. House Committee. The chair is not in question. House Committee Substitute number 1 is concurred with. Senator from Scott, do you have a motion?
Mr. President, I move for final passage of Senate Bill 7 as amended in the House and concurred with in the Senate.
Matter for the body is final passage of Senate Bill 7 as amended by House Committee Substitute number 1 and concurred with by this Senate. Seeing no one seeking recognition, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Berg, Senator Boswell, Senator Carpenter, Senator Carroll, Senator Chambers Armstrong,
Senator Jefferson 19, please cast your vote. Limited to 3 minutes.
Permission to explain my no vote, Mr. President?
Please proceed.
Everyone knows that I was against this bill when we first heard it. As it has come back from the House, it is even more of an attack on the paychecks of our public employees. This prohibits the right of our public workers to pay union dues or make contributions through paycheck deductions, even when they voluntarily ask for that to happen. It carves out an exception for 3 unions, police, fire, and corrections. And although we absolutely support those labor organizations, I do not understand what the compelling government interest is in banning the collective voice of some and only some public servants, such as our sanitation workers, our city water workers, our street department workers, our sewage workers, our clerks, and our library workers. Why are we treating different voices differently? There is no fiscal impact statement with Senate Bill 7, and there was none requested because there is no fiscal impact in allowing our systems to be used to deduct union dues that the workers themselves want deducted. I will note that this is treating our public workers more harshly than we treat those in the private sector, and it is an attack on our working families. I want to be clear that this is designed to weaken organized labor, and for that reason, I vote no and urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Deneen, Senator Douglas, Senator Funky Fromeyer, Senator Girdler, Senator Givens, Senator Harper Angel, Senator Higdon, Senator Howell, Senator Mays Bledsoe, Senator McDaniel, Senator Meredith, Senator Mills, Senator Neal, Senator Nemes, Senator Rocky Adams, Senator Schickel, Senator Smith, Senator Southworth,
Senator from Anderson, please cast your vote, limited to 3 minutes.
Cast an eye vote and explain.
Please proceed.
Mr. President, when this left this body the last time, I talked about how we should have all of our public employees the same. And 50 years ago, we got rid of political contributions in the workplace for state employees, 18A employees, and so forth. I am a little bit concerned the fact that we aren't getting this all done today, but I'm still voting yes because I think we're at least making the next step and hopefully we'll get all the way there soon. Thank you.
Senator Stivers, Senator Storm, Senator Thayer, Senator Thomas, Senator Tishner, Senator Turner, Senator Webb, Senator West, Senator Westerfield, Senator Wheeler, Senator Williams, Senator Wilson, Senator Wise, Senator Yates.
Senator from Jefferson 37, please cast your vote, then explain, limited to 3 minutes.
Mr. President, I stand to explain my no vote. This is special legislation aimed to target members of organized labor. When you do a payroll deduction, sometimes we do it through different charities, it happens automatically. We've targeted only certain union members. We've left out those representing police, fire, and correction. I know they have a strong organization, I'm glad of that, but we purposely carved out certain entities. And we do though just to create another barrier. These are individual men and women who work for the public, who make a choice to be able to have it done. And so all we've done is create another barrier and do that. And to me, it's just another union bust or a barrier to organize, to that First Amendment right to assemble, that thing that we hold very, very true, that has brought so many rights for our workers and that we hope will continue to increase. I'm a no.
All members having voted, there being 26 yeas, 11 nays, Senate Bill 7 as amended by House Committee Substitute. Oh, wait a minute, before the call. Senator from Laurel, Senator from Storm votes no. So there being 25 yeas, 12 nays, Senate Bill 7 as amended and concurred with by this Senate is finally passed. Senator from Scott.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that Senate Bill 43 with House amendment be taken from the orders of the day for concurrence.
Mr. Clerk, would you please report Senate Bill 43?
Senate Bill 43, an act relating to essential caregivers and declaring an emergency.
Senator from Scott.
Thank you, Mr. President. Please ask the clerk to report the House Committee Substitute.
Mr. Clerk, please report.
House Committee Sub 1 to Senate Bill 43.
Senator from Scott.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've spoken to the sponsor, the senator from Grayson, who approves the language included in the House Committee Substitute. So I move that we do concur.
The matter for the body is concurrence with House Committee Substitute number 1 to Senate Bill 43. No one seeking recognition. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. House Committee Substitute number 1 is concurred with by the Senate. Senator from Scott.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for final passage of Senate Bill 43 as amended in the House and concurred with in the Senate.
No one seeking recognition. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Berg,
Senator from Jefferson 26, please cast your vote, then explain, limited to 3 minutes.
Explain my no vote, sir.
Continue.
This was a horrible 3 years that we've been through now. And truly and regrettably, we had family members dying with only nurses and healthcare providers holding their hands and by their side. And it was heart-wrenching. It was the worst part of the pandemic for me personally, is that we had people who could not sit with their loved ones. And if this bill had been more reasoned, I would have voted yes. Because what we went through as a country will scar us. And God willing, we don't ever want to have to do that again. But this bill says, regardless of whether or not you can infect somebody else. And that just allows another family to have to go through the same heartbreak and crisis that your family is going through at this point. So there are solutions. We have to come up with what is the right solution. And I would love to look at the data and make that decision. But this bill, I'm sorry, it doesn't have safeguards. I vote no.
Senator Boswell, Senator Carpenter, Senator Carroll, Senator Chambers Armstrong, Senator Deneen, Senator Douglas, Senator Funky Fromeyer, Senator Girdler, Senator Givens, Senator Harper Angel, Senator Higdon, Senator Howell, Senator Mays Bledsoe, Senator McDaniel, Senator Meredith, Senator Mills, Senator Neal, Senator Nemes, Senator Nemes, Senator Rocky Adams, Senator Schickel, Senator Smith, Senator Southworth, Senator Stivers, Senator Storm, Senator Thayer, Senator Thomas, Senator Tishner, Senator Turner, Senator Webb, Senator West, Senator Westerfield, Senator Wheeler, Senator Williams, Senator Wilson, Senator Wise, Senator Yates.
Mills is an aye. Nemus is an aye.
Who's an aye?
Mills. All members having voted, there being 31 yeas, 6 nays. Senate Bill 43 is amended and concurred with by the Senate is finally passed. Senator from Scott.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now let's return to concurrence number 1. I believe we have the issue cleared up regarding the phantom floor amendment. I'm looking to the clerk to make sure that we are ready to proceed.
Yes, Senator from Scott, the board is now correct for floor amendments and committee substitute that came with Senate Bill 229 from the House. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that Senate Bill 229 with House amendment be taken from the orders of the day for concurrence.
Mr. Clerk, would you please report Senate Bill 229?
Senate Bill 229, an act relating to child abuse.
Senator from Scott.
Thank you, Mr. President. Please ask the clerk to report House Committee Substitute number 1.
Mr. Clerk, please report House Committee Substitute number 1.
House Committee Sub 1 to Senate Bill 229.
Senator from Scott.
Mr. President, there were some questions yesterday, which is why we passed over the bill. those questions have been answered in the affirmative. And I've checked with the sponsor, the senator from Jefferson 36, and we are good to go. And so I move that we concur in House Committee Substitute number 1.
The matter for the body is concurrence with House Committee Substitute number 1. Seeing no one seeking recognition, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. House Committee Substitute number 1 is concurred with by the Senate. Senator Scott.
Mr. President, please ask the clerk to report House Floor Amendment 1 to House Committee Substitute 1 to Senate Bill 229.
Mr. Clerk, please report House Floor Amendment number 1.
House Floor Amendment 1 to House Committee Sub 1 to Senate Bill 229.
Senator Scott.
Ditto on the last amendment, Mr. President, and so I move that we do concur.
The matter for the body is concurrence with House Floor Amendment number 1. No one seeking recognition. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? House Floor Amendment number 1 is concurred with. Senator from Scott.
Mr. President, I move for final passage of Senate Bill 229 as amended in the House and concurred with in the Senate.
The matter for the body is final passage of Senate Bill 229 as amended and concurred with by this Senate. No one seeking recognition. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Berg. Senator Boswell. Senator Carpenter. Senator Carroll. Senator Chambers Armstrong. Senator Deneen. Senator Douglas. Senator Funky Fromeyer. Senator Girdler. Senator Givens. Senator Harper Angel. Senator Higdon. Senator Howell. Senator Mays Bledsoe. Senator McDaniel. Senator Meredith. Senator Mills. Senator Neal. Senator Nemes. Senator Rocky Adams. Senator Schickel. Senator Smith. Senator Southworth. Senator Stivers. Senator Storm. Senator Thayer. Senator Thomas. Senator Tishner. Senator Turner. Senator Webb. Senator West. Senator Westerfield. Senator Wheeler. Senator Williams. Senator Wilson. Senator Wise. Senator Yates.
All members having voted, there being 36 yeas, no nays. Senate Bill 229 is amended and concurred with by the Senate is finally passed. Senator from Scott.
Thank you, Mr. President. Please ask the clerk to display the regular orders.
Madam Clerk, would you have the regular orders displayed? Senator from Scott, they are displayed.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a lot of soldiers on the field today, Mr. President, and for procedural purposes, I'm going to try to clear out the bills with Senate amendments. And so I'm going to begin, Mr. President, by moving that House Bill 568 be taken from its place in the orders of the day, read for the third time by title only, and placed upon its passage.
Mr. Clerk, please report House Bill 568.
House Bill 568, an act relating to the public defender system.
Senator from Scott.
Yield to the senator from Christian for action on the bill.
Senator from Christian.
Mr. President, House Bill 568 does something that I think is long overdue. 15 years ago, the Lexington Public Defender's Office was merged into the Department of Public Advocacy here in the statewide agency for public defenders. 568 does this for the Louisville Public Defender's Office, which actually predates the Department of Public Advocacy. But this brings efficiencies, opportunity for higher pay, the state's resources for the Public Defender Agency there in Louisville to be part of DPA. I would also ask the clerk to report Senate Committee Substitute 1.
Mr. Clerk, would you please report Senate Committee Substitute number 1?
Senate Committee Sub 1 to House Bill 568.
Senator from Christian.
Mr. President, I'd move adoption.
Matter for the body is adoption. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Senate Committee Substitute number 1 is adopted. Senator from Christian.
Mr. President, the Senate Committee Substitute contains some agreements from the Senator from Jefferson 19, and she worked with the sponsor, Representative Nemus, and we addressed the changes she asked for in committee with that substitute. So with her permission, I would move to withdraw Senate Floor Amendments 1 and 2, which are now not germane anyway.
Upon the motion of the Senator from Christian and acquiescence from the Senator from Jefferson 19, please reflect that Senate Floor Amendments 1 and 2 are withdrawn. Senator from Christian.
I move for passage.
The matter for the body is passage of House Bill 568 as amended by Senate Committee Substitute number 1. Any member seeking recognition for the purpose of question or discussion? Senator from Jefferson 19.
Thank you, Mr. President. Permission to speak on the bill?
Please continue.
First, I want to thank the sponsor, the representative from Jefferson 33 in the House, for working to get an amendment on this bill that protects the current workers at the Public Defender's Office. I know that some of the employees who are working at that office have concerns about this merger and what it would do to their employment. And the amendment, the agreement we were able to reach, will give them peace of mind to know that their jobs are protected during this transition. And ultimately, I think that settling some of this uncertainty will help us retain our great public defender office workers. I also want to take a minute to thank our public defender workers. These attorneys and support staff do such important work. They provide the constitutional protection to low-income people in society who are accused of committing crimes. And in Louisville in particular, they do that work for long hours with very little pay and very few thank yous. And I think it's very important that they hear me when I say today, thank you for your work, for your advocacy, and for all you do to make our community better. Ultimately, I'm going to be a no today because I still have too many unanswered questions about this process. This bill requires the office merger to happen by January 1st, 2024, which is 8.5 months from today. And I'm hearing a lot of unanswered questions from the workers in the Public Defender's Office. Will their retirement roll over? What about their seniority? Will their sick days transfer? How will this impact their compensation and benefits? I know the sponsor testified in committee this morning that most workers can expect to see an increase in wages and benefits. I hope that is the case. I also hear from many employees who are saddened that this merger will cost them the union affiliation that they fought so hard to attain and the union organization that has fought so hard for them. And ultimately, what I hear most from the people working at the Public Defender's Office is concerns about how this will impact their ability to represent their clients, because for these hardworking men and women, that is where their focus is. At the end of the day, I simply wish this bill gave us more time to have some of those important planning conversations, to hear from the employees and to hear from all of the stakeholders. So I will be a no vote today. I am grateful to the sponsor for working with us to provide those important worker protections. Thank you, Mr. President.
Motion for the body is on the passage of House Bill 568 as amended by Senate Committee Substitute 1. Any other members seeking recognition for question or discussion on the motion? Senator from Carter.
Speak on the measure.
Please proceed.
I would like to stand in support of this too. Spent a lot of my tenure trying to assist the Department of Public Advocacy to try to attract and retain attorneys and assist in their mission of providing constitutionally required legal services to the indigent populations of the Commonwealth. And funding has always been a struggle. And a few years ago, we took Ashland into the system, and I dare say it has improved the morale there. It has improved the employees there. We've got some of the best lawyers I know doing this work. I even took a contract myself this summer because it'd been a couple decades since I had participated in DPA, just because, to be honest, we're having a hard time across the state attracting and retaining lawyers. So it's imperative as we make these changes and we lose the local funding that the Louisville office has always received and the Metro has contributed to provide these services, when we absorb them into the state system, the caveat that I bring to you today, and something that we've got to concentrate on, is adequate funding for the Department of Public Advocacy, and that their levels of service will not be compromised in their mission. That's my concern, because we're taking over the liability of the budgetary impact as a state. So just be mindful as we go in the budget cycle next year. We're going to have to make Louisville whole, and we need to make them better due to some of the things we've talked about already in the juvenile justice system and the adult correction system in the populations that they have. So I support this, and I think it's going to be good for the workers and the people that they serve. But we as a body, when we pass this legislation, we are committing to adequately funding and maintaining, and I would like to exceed the level of service to make it a good fit for the Metro. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator. Seeing no other members seeking recognition, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Berg, Senator Boswell, Senator Carpenter, Senator Carroll, Senator Chambers Armstrong, Senator Deneen, Senator Douglas, Senator Funky Fromeyer, Senator Girdler, Senator Givens,
Aye.
Senator Harper Angel, Senator Higdon, Senator Howell, Senator Mays Bledsoe, Senator McDaniel, Senator Meredith, Senator Mills, Senator Neal, Senator Nemes, Senator Rocky Adams, Senator Schickel, Senator Smith, Senator Southworth, Senator Stivers, Senator Storm, Senator Thayer, Senator Thomas, Senator Tishner, Senator Turner, Senator Webb.
Senator from Carter, please cast your vote and explain within the allotted time.
Just briefly, I'm going to explain my I vote. I also have concerns about the timeline. I've discussed some things with the people that work in DPA, and I think the timeline might cause them a little bit of indigestion. But I'm going to vote yes, but because of the statements that I made earlier, and I just hope that we can adequately fund them.
Senator West, Senator Westerfield, Senator Wheeler, Senator Williams, Senator Wilson, Senator Wise, Senator Yates.
Senator from Jefferson 37, please cast your vote and then explain within the allotted time.
I'm going to make a no vote, but I do want to stand and say at least a thank you to the original sponsor for continuing to work with us on this. This is going to be an issue that is going to take a lot of finesse, and I'm hoping we can bring all the interested parties to the table as we move forward. So I'm a no vote because I think the timeline is going to be very, very tight. I'm worried about how that's going to shake out. But I do want to thank for their willingness to be able to at least agree to make sure that those workers will be protected.
Seeing no other members seeking recognition, there being 30 yeas, 6 nays, House Bill 568 as amended with Senate Committee Substitute 1 is passed. Senator from Scott.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that House Bill 288 be passed over and retain its place in the orders of the day.
Hearing no objection, House Bill 288 shall be passed over and retain its place in the orders of the day. Senator from Scott.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that House Bill 167 be taken from its place in the orders of the day, read for the third time by title only, and placed upon its passage.
Mr. Clerk, please report House Bill 167.
House Bill 167, an act relating to veterinarian licensing and making an appropriation therefore.
Senator from Scott.
I yield to the senator from Callaway for action on the bill.
Senator from Callaway for action on House Bill 167.
Thank you, Mr. President. Will you have the clerk please report Senate Committee Sub 1?
Mr. Clerk, please report.
Senate Committee Sub 1 to House Bill 167.
Senator from Callaway.
Move to adopt.
Motion requires a second. Motion and second on the adoption of Senate Committee Substitute 1. All those in favor of the motion to adopt, say aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Senate Committee Substitute 1 is adopted. Senator from Callaway.
Speak on the bill.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 167 is a bill to address our veterinarian statutes. Our vets play a real important role in our Commonwealth, both in cities and in counties as well. We have a documented shortage of vets. It's something we're trying to address on many different levels. I'd like to commend my friend Representative Cook for riding herd over this and working through a lot of the issues. I appreciate the work from and all the contributions from the vet groups, from the Cattlemen's Association. I'd like to especially note all the help and contributions from my friend, the senator from Carter, in working through these issues. I appreciate your contributions on that and help. This bill works on revitalizing a lot of the veterinarian space. This bill was written, Mr. President, the tele in our lives was television, and most of them were black and white. And now we're having to deal with vets with issues involving telehealth and moving into a more modern space. It was time to sit down and dig through this, to give our vets more modern approaches and more modern support in our law to make their jobs easier and more financially viable. This bill does that in a number of areas. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, I move for passage of House Bill 167 as amended by Senate Committee Substitute 1.
Motion for consideration by the bodies on the passage of House Bill 167 is amended. Any members seeking recognition for question or discussion on the motion? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Berg. Senator Boswell. Oops.
Keep going, Clerk.
Senator Carpenter. Senator Carroll. Senator Chambers Armstrong. Senator Deneen. Senator Douglas. Senator Funky Fromeyer. Senator Girdler. Senator Givens.
Aye.
Senator Harper Angel. Senator Higdon. Senator Howell. Senator Mays Bledsoe. Senator McDaniel. Senator Meredith. Senator Mills. Senator Neal. Senator Nemes. Senator Rocky Adams. Senator Schickel. Senator Smith. Senator Southworth.
So from Anderson 7, please cast your vote and explain in the allotted time.
Casted no vote and explain, Mr.
Please
President.
proceed.
Mr. President, this is the first time I've had to stand up and say the exact same thing, and I'm going to keep doing it every time I see fingerprints in our statutes. Fingerprint check, background checks. I actually almost understand why people would want that for healthcare workers and certain things, but I'm still struggling on veterinarians. And at some point, this thing's going to get so far down the tracks that we're going to take everybody's fingerprints for everything. And I've spoken at length before on the science or non-science and legality or non-legality fingerprints. So that's why I vote no.
Senator Stivers. Senator Storm. Senator Thayer. Senator Thomas. Senator Tishner. Senator Turner. Senator Webb.
Senator from Carter, please cast your vote and then explain.
Explain my vote. I
Please.
just want to thank everyone in the process, because it was a process and it's the way a good product is turned out. And it has taken months. The the representative in the House and his expertise and his ability to bring people together, as well as the Veterinarians Association listening on policy issues and protections for themselves while they this elevates their profession. We're having a hard time getting veterinarians, and we're trying to incent them, and telehealth's going to help that, but this elevates their profession to the level of other professions. And I think it is a very good thing for them. I want to thank the gentleman from Callaway, the chairman of agriculture, once again, for having a process and turning out a good product. I proudly vote aye.
Senator West, Senator Westerfield, Senator Wheeler, Senator Williams, Senator Wilson, Senator Wise, Senator Yates, Senator Yates.
Senator from Jefferson 26, you were standing earlier.
I'm sorry. Thank you, sir. Stand to explain my aye vote.
Please proceed.
Thank you, sir. I really do want to thank the senator from Callaway for bringing what I think really looks like good, well thought out legislation. And first of all, I want to take the opportunity to make sure you realize that we are including telehealth in the practice of medicine now to the points that we'll be able to use it for our animals. That's a huge step forward. I don't know if people realize how much of a change in the practice of medicine that is. But I would also like to use this honestly as an example of what it looks like when people from professions and legislators and stakeholders get together and set rules that everybody understands, everybody can live by, and everybody can work under. That elevates a profession. And today we are elevating the profession of veterinarian medicine in this state. Guys, if you're going to do it, this is the way. You get people together, you agree, and you come up with a structure that works for everybody. We did it here. We can do it again. Thank you.
Any other members seeking recognition to cast, change, or explain their vote? Senator from Harlan, Senator from Bourbon, both cast aye votes. Any other members seeking recognition? Seeing none, there being 36 yeas, 1 nay, House Bill 167 as amended is passed. Senator from Scott.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that House Bill 302 be taken from its place in the orders of the day, read for the third time by title only, and placed upon its passage.
Mr. Clerk, please report House Bill 302.
House Bill 302, an act relating to elections.
Senator from Scott.
Thank you, Mr. President. With permission of the primary sponsor, I move to withdraw the Senate committee substitute.
Hearing no objection, Senate Committee Substitute 1 is withdrawn. Senator from Scott.
Thank you, Mr. President. With the committee sub withdrawn, Senate floor amendments 1 through 5 are now out of order. I can make 5 individual motions or 1 singular motion to have them withdrawn.
Hearing no objection, the chair rules that Senate floor amendments 1 through 5 are ruled out of order. Senator from Scott.
Thank you, Mr. President. Please ask the clerk to report Senate floor amendment number 6.
Mr. Clerk, please report Senate floor amendment 6 to House Bill 302.
Senate floor amendment 6 to House Bill 302.
Senator from Scott.
Move adoption.
Motion is second on the adoption of the floor amendment. All those in favor of adoption say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The ayes have it. Senate floor amendment 6 is adopted. Senator from Scott.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate floor amendment 6 to House Bill 302 contains several provisions to continue to reform our election laws. It is agreed upon language between the Secretary of State's office, the Board of Elections, the County Clerks Association, and House and Senate leadership. It was truly a collaborative effort. Mr. President, it fixes the early voting electioneering loophole. So everybody knows that the law is you cannot campaign within 100 feet of an entrance to the building on election day. But when we passed the 3 early voting days, it did not state that specifically. This bill has that in there, prohibits electioneering within 100 feet of the entrance to the polling location on early voting days. It prohibits a person who was defeated in a primary from being a candidate for the same office during the general election. And it removes withdrawal and disqualification from events that allow a party to replace a candidate after the primary. We saw that in a couple of elections last cycle, and that is not appropriate for someone who wasn't on the ballot in a primary to be able to use a loophole to get on the ballot in the fall. So that takes care of that. Now, Mr. President, there is a lot of talk out there about these regional voting centers that we've allowed in Kentucky. Some people love them, some people despise them. Some people want to get rid of them entirely and go back to the full precinct model. In many places, voters like them, and therefore the county clerks like them in those places. In some places, voters don't. Instead of pulling it out by the roots, several of us, including the senator from Henderson and the senator from Marion, have worked for a compromise in the approval process. When a county clerk submits the regional vote center plan, right now it's singularly approved by the Board of Elections, which is appointed but not elected. And they do a fine job, Mr. President, but this brings the Secretary of State, who is elected as the Chief Elections Officer of the Commonwealth, the ability to veto the State Board of Elections approval of a County Board of Elections voting center plan. If the Secretary of State vetoes the plan, the State Board of Elections can then override the veto with a 3/4 vote of the board. This is a good compromise. It's not everything I want. It's not everything that everyone wants. That, sir, is the definition of a compromise. It moves our election law forward as we continue to deal with early voting and the popularity of regional voting centers in some parts of the state. So, Mr. President, I would move for passage of House Bill 302 as amended by Senate Floor Amendment number 6.
Motion for consideration by the bodies on the passage of House Bill 302 as amended by Senate Floor Amendment 6. Senator from Anderson 7 to speak on the motion.
Yes, Mr. President, speak on the bill.
Please proceed.
Mr. President, I want to reference what the Senator from Scott just mentioned as a collaborative effort. He mentioned the collaborative effort of a number of groups, a number of people. I just want to highlight, because I think everybody is not new to this that's probably watching. A number of us in this body have seen the same game for this is now the 3rd year in a row, but we do have new members, and there's always new members of the public watching. So I'm going to clarify this. And to give everybody their first heart attack of the day, I was prepared to vote yes for this bill. And everybody knows from the last 3 years, I came in, I was elected in 2020, November 2020. That probably triggers no thoughts of election integrity in anyone's mind, but that's what happened. And in 2021, my first session here, here's what happened. We passed a bill out of this body unanimously. It went on consent calendar to lock down the network and internet connections on voting machines. Strengthen paper ballots, a few different things like that. It was a small, but I feel like mighty effort toward helping what everybody wanted, which was peace of mind on our elections. And it got over to the House, passed victoriously there, went to the governor's desk, and as a number of things happen in these parts, it got vetoed. Now, what happened next, Mr. President, is the most important part. This body, supportive of what we have done in the past, turned right back around and overturned that veto. We all stood strong together. It was a collaborative effort. Then the House decided to not take the vote. The one and only vote that did not get taken that year to overturn a series of what I recall were 28 vetoes. And so that started this whole 3-year situation that we've been through now. Everyone may also remember in that same year, we had another longer, 168 pages to be exact, election bill. And some people like to call it election integrity. I called it election companies writing our bills for us, and took as much heat as required to call it out. Well, we get to the following year, last session, Mr. President, 2022. And we do what's called a cleanup bill because, whoops, they didn't get it right in 2021, loopholes, loose ends, things weren't all together. So they did that. And one of the things they did in that bill was to put in language that specified which type of internet connections were allowed and which were not, among other things. And so, of course, I voted no and urged everyone to vote no again. And so here we are around the third time around the mulberry bush on election bill cleanups. Now, Mr. President, I'm going to take us back to that summer of 2021, because as most people remember, in our Constitution, we don't have an election in 2021. And since there was no election, there was a lot of talk about doing a thorough study and investigation on all of the election reforms that we need to do, get all the minds together, do a collaborative effort, come up with a serious reform package that we can all get behind and really move the needle forward as we're entering a new technological era and so forth. Well, that never happened because we've been doing piecemeal ever since. And, you know, it's always about the last week of session, a bill gets filed, kind of quickie amendments and so forth. And so all of that to say, while I was planning to vote yes for this bill, because this actually is not a bad bill. Everybody knows there's things I'd rather it said, but really this bill doesn't have anything in it that harms. It does have some things that help. In fact, there were other amendments. Senator from Scott's amendment actually made this bill better and kind of put the finishing touches on it. I was prepared to vote for that amendment as well. I was prepared to vote for both of the items on this board were it not for the shenanigans. And it's not the first time we've all seen it, and it won't be the last, but our voters and our people in our homes watch these videos, look at what we're doing up here, expect us to actually represent their voice. And I file amendments and people file bills. I file them too. We all file all this stuff. We get in our caucus meetings. We get on the floor debates. We get in the committee hearings. We all go around. And when it all comes out, Mr. President, my hope would be that the constitutional vision of the legislature, all the voices coming together, would all end up servicing and it all work out. It's not the way it works. And so we all spend our time, instead of communicating with our constituents, trying to second guess each other, figure out ways to maneuver, to not collaborate. And we get in these situations. I filed 2 amendments today. 2, just 2. I have not stood up and given half-hour speeches. Thankfully, the rules have limited that twice now. Every year we change the rules for that. But I have filed 2 small amendments to this bill. One, in fact, has already passed this body, probably nearly unanimously, if I can recall. Another, fairly small tweak in the law, but I feel like it's important. But we can't even have that discussion because it's too scary, apparently. And I just want to make sure that the voters know I have done what is possible to be done to represent you. And I look forward to the day when we actually can collaborate and actually work together. Everybody. I love the fact the best conversations I have are with the people I disagree with. And I have no problem with people disagreeing with me. Everyone knows I can hold my own in an argument. But we need to get serious about what we're doing here. Right now, we are 3 years away from the study we were going to do in depth on our elections. That has never happened. We are tweaking every single year stuff that I'm almost positive nobody in this chamber has a clue what it even is. The reason I know that, Mr. President, is because You know, a couple years when I was writing an election bill, we had terrible staff turnover around here. And I got put with a staff that had never written an election bill before. And that's just how it is, right? Well, we didn't have people here that could help us and advise us. Where are we going to get them? So we go outside of here and get them, right? I ended up in a situation where I was writing every word for word, one at a time, myself. But I'm proud to say that national experts have considered my bill the best in the country. That's not the bill that we're talking about here today, Mr. President, but I'm just saying we need to think about what we're doing and pay close attention, because there is a lot of stuff going on that needs to be the subject of our study 3 summers ago. We could do it again this summer. The items that need to be on our study list include things like our voter registrations that have literally skyrocketed since the United States of America intervened in a lawsuit against our state for violations of federal law. That's still not been addressed. We have neighbor states, red states, I'll remind you, who are literally pulling out of the voter registration system. Eric, we had a hearing on this summer. We've done nothing about that this year, Mr. President. They're pulling out because, well, they're figuring things out and we're all sitting here not doing anything about it. I feel like we're going to end up on an island, and it's not going to be an island we're all going to want to be on. And so, Mr. President, I would just urge all of this body. I don't blame anybody who votes yes on this bill or this amendment, because frankly, neither one of them is a bad bill or an amendment. But I would urge everyone in this body to, at some point, whether it's now like I'm going to do and vote no on everything, or later, make your voice heard and be sure that we are actually fighting for what's important around here. Because so far, it's been a whole bunch of games, horses, bourbon. We're over here, we can't get agreement on our kids, we can't get agreement on the very foundation of what this country runs on, like our elections. And that's just shameful. So that is why I'm voting no. I look forward to the day I can actually vote yes with everybody in a collaborative way. Unfortunately, it's not today, but I hope it's soon. Thank you.
Any other member seeking recognition to speak on the motion? Senator from Fayette 13.
President, speak briefly about the bill, please, and I'll be brief.
Briefly would be appreciated.
Thank you, sir, and I'll do that within 3 minutes. Mr. President, when you schedule elections, there's only one goal in mind. That is to make it as convenient and as easy as possible. And we've heard a lot today about collaboration and how this was a compromise. But let me tell you what's missing from the table. The most important person in this whole discussion was missing from the table, and that is your county clerks. I would urge everyone in here today to call your county clerks and see if they agree with this measure, because they are unanimously against this bill for 2 reasons. One, Mr. President, we talk about the workforce shortage. That applies to getting people to manage the polls. It is really expensive to get them to get there, and they don't have the people power to do that now. Secondly, it costs money. It's very expensive to run these elections. It's easier now, Mr. President, to have these voting centers and the people like them. It's owners have to go back to your house and get to the polls and go vote. People like these voting centers, and we've heard no problems with them in these large communities. In Lexington, it has worked beautifully to have these voting centers. And so, Mr. President, because it's difficult to find people that manage precinct elections, because it costs more, and because the county clerks are against this, this is a bad measure. And I urge every member in this chamber to vote against it. Thank you.
You know, the member seeking recognition to speak on the motion, Senator from Scott.
There's a lot to unpack here, Mr. President.
Unpack quickly.
I'm aggrieved for the senator from Anderson to accuse me of shenanigans and games. I've been working on election law probably since before she was old enough to vote. This bill is very close to a committee substitute that was made public on Monday. Went through committee. I filed the floor amendment, which has a very minor change about the approval of voting plans 24 hours ago, which is the rule of this chamber. Collaboration in this chamber is a choice, Mr. President, that every member makes based on the decisions they make, based on the relationships they build, and the manner in which they go about working on legislation. This amendment to House Bill 302 is one of the most collaborative efforts that I've made on election law. And to respond to the senator from Fayette 13, this is the clerk's amendment that they brought to me. I want the Secretary of State to have unilateral approval of these voting plans, but the clerks don't. So I compromised. I collaborated. I talked to other people who are interested in this, and we have before us today House Bill 302. We are still in the nascent stages of early voting, Mr. President, something I'm not a big fan of, to be honest with you. But this bill makes it better. The people like it, and we're trying to protect the integrity of their vote here in Kentucky, which is continually ranked as one of the best states in the country when it comes to election integrity. And it's because of the work of this body, working collaboratively with the Secretary of State and the county clerks and the great work they do during election day and the days and weeks and months leading up to it. So I'm not going to stand here and let these accusations fly, especially when some of them are flat out wrong. I urge the members to vote aye.
Seeing no other members seeking recognition to speak on the motion, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Berg.
Senator from Jefferson 26, please cast your vote and then explain. You have 3 minutes.
Very briefly explain my no vote. I have been extraordinarily proud of our Secretary of State and the quality and the work that he and our executive branch together have been able to offer the people of this state. And I think we can be assured in his presence and in his integrity. I have no concern. But guys, he will not be our Secretary of State forever. And at that point, this bill lets us down because it doesn't have the safeguards. If you have a Secretary of State who is willing to politicize our election process, which thank God we do not, but we're supposed to be preparing for the worst case scenarios. And if we had that, I do not think this bill offers enough protections for the state. I vote no. Thank you.
Senator Boswell. Senator Carpenter. Senator Carroll. Senator Chambers Armstrong. Senator Deneen. Senator Douglas. Senator Funky Fromeyer. Senator Girdler. Senator Givens.
Aye.
Senator Harper Angel. Senator Higdon. Senator Howell. Senator Mays Bledsoe. Senator McDaniel. Senator Meredith. Senator Mills. Senator Neal. Senator Nemes. Senator Rocky Adams. Senator Schickel. Senator Smith. Senator Southworth.
Senator from Anderson 7, please cast your vote and explain.
Cast my no vote and explain, Mr. President.
3 minutes.
Mr. President, like I said before, I wanted to vote yes because I thought it was our first wild, weird situation since the original time where we all did vote together back in 2021, where I could vote for this. But it just reminds me of how much we don't get done up here, which actually is a good thing in many cases. But when we have serious issues, we need to take serious action. And I just want to make sure everybody's aware. One study I looked at, luckily it's a little bit old, but we were very top, #1 in the nation for dead voters. That's not a good thing. That's a serious issue. Has anybody heard one single committee hearing, one single comment over here about having the #1 in the nation dead voters? We're among the top single digits for worst, dirtiest, out of compliance with federal law voter rolls in the nation. And that's years after a lawsuit that supposedly was getting cleaned up. In fact, it's only gotten worse. Mr. President, we have counties in this state with 112% voter registration. Who's talking about that? We have serious issues we need to take care of. This bill is a chip off leaves off the tree type bill, and that's fine. But I just want to sound the alarms. We need to get our hands around this situation, and it better be sooner than later, because last year I said, we might not have much time, and I'm going to go ahead and say, well, we got more time than I thought. But this year we're getting ready to walk out of here doing nearly nothing. If we come back next year, I dare say that will be the absolute last chance we have.
Senator Stivers. Senator Storm. Senator Thayer. Senator Thomas. Senator Tishner. Senator Turner.
Senator from Harlan, please cast your vote and then explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. I respect my senator from Anderson, but in 2000, when I got elected the same year she did.
Please cast your vote first, sir.
I'm voting aye.
Thank you.
Pardon me, Mr. President. And the party then was controlled, fixed it so the people in my district, which was all Republican, couldn't come to vote. They had to drive to the courthouse, and everybody else had their own places. And this is an excellent bill. And I believe the people you're talking about to let the public know, I remember Fayette County, all drove to the rainy football field when they had to vote. And I'm sure they're appreciating this because there was no appeal process back then when the clerk and them fixed it. You lived with it. I really respect this vote. And I think every citizen in the state of Kentucky will. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Webb. Senator West. Senator Westerfield. Senator Wheeler. Senator Williams. Senator Wilson. Senator Wise. Senator Yates.
Any member seeking recognition to cast a vote? Senator from Warren cast an aye vote. Any other member seeking recognition? Seeing none, there being 29 yeas, 7 nays, House Bill 302 as amended with Senate Floor Amendment 6 is passed. Senator from Scott.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that House Bill 544 be taken from its place in the orders of the day, read for the third time by title only, and placed upon its passage.
Mr. Clerk, please report House Bill 544.
House Bill 544, an act relating to the regulation of hemp-derived products.
Senator from Scott.
I yield to the senator from Grayson for action on the bill.
Senator from Grayson, the chair recognizes you for the purpose of action on House Bill 544.
Thank you, Mr. President. Would you have the clerk report Senate Committee Substitute number 1, please?
Mr. Clerk, please report.
Senate Committee Sub 1 to House Bill 544.
Senator from Grayson.
Move for adoption.
Motion requires a second. Motion and second on the adoption of Senate Committee Substitute 1. All those in favor of the motion for adoption say aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Senate Committee Substitute 1 to House Bill 544 is adopted. Senator from Grayson.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a rather unique bill in that it passed unanimously in the House. It's very rare that we all agree on everything, but certainly there is a strong consensus on this one. It deals with regulating Delta-8 THC from hemp-derived substances. And we know that's been a problem for some time, particularly for our young people. So this bill attempts to address that by developing standards that really focus on the, which would prohibit the sale, gift, or transfer possession of covered products under this category until children reach the age of 21. Again, very straightforward bill. Did pass unanimously in the House, and today it passed by a vote of 8-0 with 1 pass vote. With that, Mr. President, I would Make a motion for final approval of House Bill 588 as amended by Senate Committee Substitute 1.
The motion for the body is on the passage of House Bill 544 as amended by Senate Committee Substitute 1. Any members seeking recognition? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Berg, Senator Boswell, Senator Carpenter, Senator Carroll, Senator Chambers Armstrong, Senator Deneen, Senator Douglas, Senator Funky Fromeyer, Senator Girdler, Senator Givens, Senator Harper Angel, Senator Higdon, Senator Howell, Senator Mays Bledsoe, Senator McDaniel, Senator Meredith, Senator Mills, Senator Neal, Senator Nemes, Senator Rocky Adams, Senator Schickel, Senator Smith, Senator Southworth, Senator Stivers, Senator Storm, Senator Thayer, Senator Thomas, Senator Tishner, Senator Turner, Senator Webb, Senator West, Senator Westerfield, Senator Wheeler, Senator Williams, Senator Wilson, Senator Wise, Senator Yates.
Senator from Jefferson 37, please cast your vote and then explain.
I vote aye. Colleagues, I just stand, there is good legislation before us. I'm hoping through the administrative regs, though, one thing that is missing is a QR code that would relate the batch results to each individual. That way, law enforcement or people purchase it will know what that is. I was spinning over to an expert back and forth in this, and I know that can be done through our administrative regs. I'm just hoping that's something we do to protect the integrity of the product, but also to make sure from law enforcement or those purchasing it. And anybody watching, if they need help doing that, I got a few experts that could help out. Thank you.
No one else seeking recognition? Seeing none, there being 36 yeas, no nays, House Bill 544 as amended is passed. Senator from Scott.
Mr. President, I move that House Bill 538 be taken from its place in the orders of the day, read for the third time by title only, and placed upon its passage.
Mr. Clerk, please report House Bill 538.
House Bill 538, an act relating to discipline of students.
Senator from Scott.
I yield to the senator from Bourbon for action on the bill.
Senator from Bourbon, you're recognized for the purpose of action on House Bill 538.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could you please ask the clerk to report Senate Committee Substitute 1?
Mr. Clerk, please report.
Senate Committee Sub 1 to House Bill 538.
Senator from Bourbon.
Move for adoption.
Motion requires a second. Motion and second on the adoption of Senate Committee Substitute 1, House Bill 538. All those in favor of the motion for adoption say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. Senate Committee Substitute 1 is adopted. Senator from Bourbon.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 538 is a bill dealing with school discipline. This was brought forward by Representative Truitt. We've had a bill here earlier in the Senate 202, and that dealt with school discipline. In the interim period, we met with superintendents, met with K groups and others, and we went across the board, and they kept coming back to us, discipline, discipline, discipline. There's a problem. It's across the state. I think everyone accepts that and knows that it's an issue. And this is a work product that they brought to us, and they said this is some low-hanging fruit. These are some things we can do immediately and get passed out, and they may help us in the upcoming year, understanding that we will be coming back and looking at this again in the interim. House Bill 538 requires a local board of education to expel a student for at least 12 months if the student makes threats that pose a danger to other students or staff, requires a local board of education to adopt a policy requiring disciplinary actions for a student who assaults others or staff on off-campus property, allows a local school board to place a student in an alternative education setting in lieu of expulsion or at the end of an expulsion, provides that a student who is removed from a classroom 3 times in a 30-day period shall be considered chronically disruptive and may be suspended, provides that a principal may permanently remove a disruptive student from a classroom and determine the placement of the student subject to an appeal process, and it requires a local board of education to conduct an expulsion review process to determine whether a student's expulsion shall continue or end. And so these are some added options that we are now giving superintendents and school boards. And with that, Mr. President, if there are no questions, I would move for passage of HB 538 as amended by Senate Committee Substitute 1.
The matter before the body is passage of House Bill 538 as amended. Senator from Boone, are you seeking recognition?
I am.
Please proceed.
Comment on the bill. Mr. President, members of the chamber, I know we're grinding down here to the end, but I don't think we should overlook that this is one of the most important pieces of legislation we'll pass this session. I hear constantly about this, and I'd also like to throw in our school buses and our bus drivers, because I know every day they're having these challenges as well as our teachers. So thank you, Senator. Thank you, members for the House, for putting this together, and we'll see how it works out.
Seeing no other person seeking recognition, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Berg. Senator Boswell. Senator Carpenter. Senator Carroll. Senator Chambers Armstrong. Senator Deneen. Senator Douglas. Senator Funky Fromeyer. Senator Girdler. Senator Givens. Senator Harper Angel. Senator Higdon. Senator Howell. Senator Mays Bledsoe. Senator McDaniel. Senator Meredith. Senator Mills. Senator Neal. Senator Nemes. Senator Rocky Adams. Senator Schickel. Senator Smith. Senator Southworth. Senator Stivers.
Aye.
Senator Storm. Senator Thayer. Senator Thomas.
Senator from Fayette 13, please cast your vote, then explain, limited to 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to explain my aye vote.
Please continue.
And Mr. President, yes, there are chronically disruptive students. And we send our children to school so they can learn. And we don't want them to have that learning thwarted or frustrated because you have students that constantly act out. So I understand the purpose behind this bill, and it serves a valid purpose. We've had this discussion in this chamber before, and I just want to revisit it for just a few seconds and say that there have been instances in which we've seen discriminatory practices used and disproportionate punitive measures taken against groups when these kinds of measures are put in place. And I want to caution against that. I certainly don't want to see that happen before. As I mentioned earlier, I've seen that in my own county of Fayette County, although it's gotten better over the last 10 years. So I support this bill. And yes, we need to give school superintendents and principals all measures possible to eliminate those disruptive students. We don't want this to be abused. With that said, Mr. President, I do vote aye.
Senator Tishner. Senator Turner. Senator Webb. Senator West. Senator Westerfield. Senator Wheeler. Senator Williams. Senator Wilson. Senator Wise. Senator Yates.
Senator from Jefferson, 35 votes aye. All members having voted, there being 34 yeas, 3 nays, House Bill 538, as amended by Senate Committee Substitute Number 1, is passed. Senator from Scott.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that House Joint Resolution 7 be taken from its place in the orders of the day, read for the third time by title only, and placed upon its adoption.
Mr. Clerk, would you please report House Joint Resolution 7?
House Joint Resolution 7, a joint resolution designating honorary names for various roads and bridges.
Senator from Scott.
I yield to the senator from Marion for action on the resolution.
Senator from Marion.
Mr. President, would you please have the clerk report Senate Committee Substitute 1?
Mr. Clerk, would you please report Senate Committee Substitute number 1?
Senate Committee Sub 1 to House Joint Resolution 7.
Senator from Marion.
Move for its adoption.
Matter for the body is adoption. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Senate Committee Substitute is adopted. Senator from Marion.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is our yearly road naming bill. We do this every year and in cooperation with the House. This year we have 17 nominations from the Senate and 24 from the House. And these road naming it's really a special thing, Mr. President. We name these roads for local heroes, people killed in the line of duty, those who have made extraordinary contributions to their communities, veterans, etc. This year, Mr. President, the bill name is in the name of John Bam Carney, State Representative from Taylor County. And Mr. President, if no questions, I move for adoption of House Joint Resolution 7 as amended by Senate Committee Substitute 1.
Matter before the body is adoption of House Joint Resolution 7 as amended. Seeing no one seeking recognition, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Berg, Senator Boswell, Senator Carpenter, Senator Carroll, Senator Chambers Armstrong, Senator Deneen, Senator Douglas, Senator Funky Fromeyer, Senator Girdler, Senator Gibbons, Senator Harper Angel, Senator Higdon.
Senator from Marion, please cast your vote, then explain. Limited to 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. To explain my aye vote.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I did want to mention that one of our former members, C.B. Emery, is listed in this road naming bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Howell, Senator Mays Bledsoe, Senator McDaniel, Senator Meredith, Senator Mills, Senator Neal, Senator Nemes, Senator Rocky Adams, Senator Schickel, Senator Smith, Senator Southworth, Senator Stivers,
Aye.
Senator Storm, Senator Thayer, Senator Thomas, Senator Tishner, Senator Turner, Senator Webb, Senator West, Senator Westerfield, Senator Wheeler, Senator Williams, Senator Wilson, Senator Wise, Senator Yates.
Any member seeking recognition to change or explain their vote? Senator from Jessamine.
Explain my vote, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Mr. President, within this HJR 7, I want to make a clarification of 2 honorary road namings in Jessamine County, my home county. The first one is to clarify that Route 2827, also known as Nicholasville Bypass, will be named the Bernard T. Moynihan Memorial Highway. The second clarification, Mr. President, is that US Route 27X, which begins at Nicholasville Bypass and becomes Main Street in downtown Nicholasville, will now be named Senator Tom Buford Memorial Highway. Both of these names passed in the previous session, Mr. President.
Any other members seeking recognition for the purpose of explaining their aye vote? Senator from Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd be remiss if I did not thank the members of this body and the House body of naming this after John Bam Carney. As someone who's known Bam for a number of years, as a friend and just a mentor that he was for me and for so many people in his district back home, I just want to thank the House and the Senate for memorializing him. I know his family greatly appreciates this, and so do the citizens of Taylor and Adair County. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other members seeking recognition? There being 36 yeas, no nays, House Joint Resolution 7 as amended is adopted. Senator from Scott.
Thank you, Mr. President. It appears we have cleared the bills with amendments, so they need to go back to the House for concurrence or non-concurrence. So we'll move into the clean bills for final passage, and we will begin with, Mr. President, I move that House Bill 547 be taken from its place in the orders of the day, read for the third time by title only, and placed upon its passage.
Mr. Clerk, would you please report House Bill 547?
House Bill 547, an act relating to First Amendment rights in public schools.
Senator from Scott.
I yield to the senator from Laurel for action on the bill.
Senator from Laurel.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask the members to recognize where Representative Fugit, and he's here with us, and I appreciate him allowing me to carry this bill. House Bill 547 is a religious freedom in public schools bill that affirms the First Amendment in our schools. In 2015, football coach Joseph Kennedy of Bremerton High School in Washington State was fired for expressing his First Amendment right of praying after football games that his team had competed in. As a result of his firing, a civil suit was filed by Mr. Kennedy, and the case proceeded all the way to the United States Supreme Court. In June 2022, the United States Supreme Court, in a 6-3 ruling, sided with Coach Kennedy and his First Amendment right to religious freedom. Supreme Court Justice authored the majority opinion wrote, quote, respect for religious expressions is indispensable to life in a free and diverse republic, whether those expressions take place in a sanctuary or on a field, and whether they manifest through the spoken word or a bowed head. That's Kennedy versus Bremerton School District, 142 Supreme Court, 2407 at 2432, 2022 published opinion, Mr. President. House Bill 547 is a bill that protects teachers, coaches, faculty, and staff's religious freedoms in the public schools and ensures the religious freedoms to express their faith, sponsor student religious activities, and they are protected from coercion and threats from government officials. Mr. President, it's important that we note that if it's an appropriate time and place to share that we are a basketball fan, it's an appropriate time and place to share that we are a follower of faith. If it's an appropriate time and place to display a sports team schedule, memorabilia, shirts, logos, mascots, it's also an appropriate time to display Christian, religious, spiritual quotes or verses. If it's an appropriate time and place to sponsor a sports team, it's appropriate to sponsor a Christian or religious athletes club. Mr. President, House Bill 547 is in line with the holding and the majority opinion in Kennedy versus Bremerton School District, and I move for final passage of House Bill 547.
The matter before the body is final passage of House Bill 547. Any members seeking recognition? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Berg.
Senator from Jefferson 26, please cast your vote, then explain.
Thank you, sir. I vote no. I just want to expand, I want to share with members of this body my personal experience in 9th grade, where a classmate felt, for some reason, obligated every time she walked past me in the hall to fall to her knees and pray for my salvation. In school, literally, she would get down on the ground and pray for my salvation. I was in ninth grade. It was very disruptive. Very disruptive. And when my parents went to school and said, could you please get this child to quit harassing my child over being Jewish? The school hesitated. Well, she has every right to express her religious views as well. You don't have a right to walk up to a classmate and tell them they are damned to hell and you are going to die and burn in hell for their religion. And we finally stopped it. And it needed to be stopped. And gentlemen and ladies in this room, I just want to remind you that every time we open or close a prayer on this floor, in the name of Jesus Christ our Lord, amen, I feel personally excluded from that prayer. It makes me feel like either you don't know who I am, you don't care who I am, or you don't want me in the room. We're going to put this fight in front of our children in the schools? Oh my God, no. Thank you.
Senator Boswell. Senator Carpenter. Senator Carroll. Senator Chambers Armstrong. Senator Deneen. Senator Douglas. Senator Funky Fromeyer. Senator Girdler. Senator Givens. Senator Harper Angel. Senator Higdon. Senator Howell. Senator Mays Bledsoe. Senator McDaniel. Senator Meredith. Senator Mills. Senator Neal. Senator Nemes. Senator Rocky Adams. Senator Schickel. Senator Smith. Senator Southworth. Senator Stivers.
Aye.
Senator Storm. Senator Thayer.
Senator from Scott, please cast your vote. Limited and explain, limited to 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I vote aye. And while I adore the senator from Jefferson 26, I feel compelled to set the record straight. While it is true that most members of this body practice the Christian faith and we frequently have a Christian prayer to open the day, we quite frequently have a prayer that we all stand for and enjoy hearing from a Jewish rabbi. And just earlier this week, we honored the 75th anniversary of the State of Israel with a resolution brought by the senator from Oldham. And we also recognized and allowed to speak to this body the Consul General from Israel, who represents the State of Israel in the southeast part of the United States. I vote aye. Thank you.
Senator Thomas.
Senator from Fayette 13, please cast your vote, then explain, limited to 3 minutes.
President, I vote no, and I explain why. The case that the senator from Laurel's talking about involved a situation where a football coach, the game was over, the fans were leaving, the players had left. After all of that had taken place, he went to the 50-yard line, knelt down by himself, and prayed. He was doing that on his own time without involving any players. The Supreme Court was right in saying that he had a right to exercise, to the free exercise of his religion. All things, Mr. President, have their proper time and place. Okay. As I indicated at the Education Committee, I'm a former president of the Fellowship of Christian Athletes. You know, I represented the Fellowship of Christian Athletes when I was in high school in my chapter. There was a time and place for that, Mr. President. The reason I oppose this legislation is because we don't really need it. You can do so now in your private time, in your private space. You can wear what you want to identify whatever religious cause you want. So we don't really need this legislation. Oftentimes we use these kind of legislative markers, Mr. President, to proselytize our religion. And I support what the senator from Jefferson 26 said, that sometimes we see instances of proselytization, and that's wrong. So that's why I oppose this bill, and I vote no, Mr. President, because we can do it now in our own private time, in our own private space.
Senator Tishner.
Senator from Oldham, please cast your vote, then explain, limited to 3 minutes.
I am voting aye. I think this is a great piece of legislation. We are watching more and more encroachment on religious freedom. I am a huge proponent of the First Amendment and the right to practice our religion in any place in the United States. And I'm honored to come to this chambers and to have a variety of people open this chamber up in prayer. Yesterday, obviously, we had a rabbi open in prayer. It was beautiful. And when we have Baptist preachers, Methodist preachers, it's all beautiful. And we need to celebrate the freedom of religion and the freedom of speech. Teachers, everyone should have the right to that in any place of employment they are. Thank you.
Senator Turner. Senator Webb. Senator West. Senator Westerfield. Senator Wheeler. Senator Williams. Senator Wilson. Senator Wise. Senator Yates.
Senator from Jefferson 37, please cast your vote, then explain, limited to 3 minutes.
Mr. President, I cast an aye vote. I was going to cast a nay vote, and I'm reading through this over and over again, and I'm not really sure what it changes because we're looking at the private, what we can do in our private exercise of religion. I thought, well, I'm not going to vote against something I think that I already have. I do worry about the message that we otherwise send, and I do hear my colleagues speak about it's about tolerance and open, and I do want to make sure that you understand that by this precedent, and I would hope there wouldn't be, but if someone was doing an Islamic prayer or something else at this football game and those things, that's an acceptance as well. And I think in this situation, the way it's written, if this is upheld constitutionally, then I think that's your free exercise of it, and it's done in a proper time, place, and manner. I don't think we've really changed a whole lot here, so I have no reason to vote against the bill.
Any member seeking recognition to cast, change, or explain their vote? Senator is a yes. Cassie Armstrong is a no. All members having voted, there being 32 yeas, 5 nays, House Bill 547 is finally passed. Senator from Scott.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that House Bill 157 be taken from its place in the orders of the day, read for the 3rd time by title only, and placed upon its passage.
Mr. Clerk, please report.
House Bill 157, an act relating to urban search and rescue and making an appropriation therefore.
Senator from Scott.
Mr. President, I yield to the senator from Boone 20 for action on the bill.
Senator from Boone 20.
Mr. President, this is a clean bill and does not actually appropriate any money in this fiscal year, although it does establish a fund for doing so in the future. And I'd like to clean up the definition. It's talking about an urban search and rescue team. This is a FEMA term, which is in opposition to a wilderness rescue team. These urban search and rescue teams from actually 4 neighboring states came to aid in eastern and western Kentucky when we had our emergencies. They're equipped for collapsed buildings, for dwellings, to go in there with training and equipment to extract people from those. And quite frankly, there were a number of our firefighters and EMS people that were toned out to Ohio to join their teams to come back to Kentucky. We don't have a team. And what this does not do is create new emergency response teams. It allows these people to have a team here and instead of being able to have to go to Ohio, come back to Kentucky in 8 hours, they can respond in 2 to 6 hours at a time where every hour is critical for response. I move for final passage of House Bill 157.
The matter for the body is final passage of House Bill 157. Senator from Jefferson 37, were you standing? I don't think you were for recognition. Apparently not. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Berg. Senator Boswell. Senator Carpenter. Senator Carroll. Senator Chambers Armstrong. Senator Deneen. Senator Douglas. Senator Funky Fromeyer. Senator Girdler. Senator Givens. Senator Harper Angel. Senator Higdon. Senator Howell. Senator Mays Bledsoe. Senator McDaniel. Senator Meredith. Senator Mills. Senator Neal. Senator Nemes. Senator Rocky Adams. Senator Schickel. Senator Smith. Senator Southworth. Senator Stivers.
Aye.
Senator Storm. Senator Thayer. Senator Thomas. Senator Tishner. Senator Turner. Senator Webb. Senator West. Senator Westerfield. Senator Wheeler. Senator Williams. Senator Wilson. Senator Wise. Senator Yates.
Any members seeking recognition to cast, change, or explain their vote? Seeing none, there being 36 yeas, no nays. House Bill 157 is finally passed. Senator from Scott.
Mr. President, I move that House Bill 237 be taken from its place in the orders of the day, read for the third time by title only, and placed upon its passage.
Mr. Clerk, please report House Bill 237.
House Bill 237, an act relating to alcoholic beverages.
Senator from Scott.
I yield to the senator from Boone 11 for action on the bill.
Thank you.
Senator from Boone 11.
Thank you, Mr. President. House Bill 237 is a very important piece of legislation to our small business owners that have what we call entertainment districts. Some of you will remember that several years ago, we created these entertainment districts in towns and cities that wanted to have them, and they've been wildly successful to our tourism industry. What House Bill 237 does, Mr. President, it merely allows businesses that do not serve alcohol in those districts, let's say maybe an antique shop or a boutique or something like that, that wanted to participate, the people with alcohol would be allowed in those businesses to shop. If there are no questions, I ask for final passage of House Bill 237.
The matter for the body, this final passage of House Bill 237. Seeing no one seeking recognition, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Berg. Senator Boswell. Senator Carpenter. Senator Carroll. Senator Chambers Armstrong. Senator Deneen. Senator Douglas. Senator Funky Fromeyer. Senator Girdler. Senator Givens. Senator Harper Angel. Senator Higdon. Senator Howell. Senator Mays Bledsoe. Senator McDaniel. Senator Meredith. Senator Mills. Senator Neal. Senator Nemes. Senator Rocky Adams. Senator Schickel. Senator Smith. Senator Southworth. Senator Stivers. Senator Storm. Senator Thayer. Senator Thomas. Senator Tishner. Senator Turner. Senator Webb. Senator West. Senator Westerfield. Senator Wheeler, Senator Williams, Senator Wilson, Senator Wise, Senator Yates.
To Southworth and Denise Harper Angel are ayes. Mills is an aye. Mills is an aye. There we go. Seeing no one else seeking recognition, all votes having been cast, there being 31 yeas, 5 nays. House Bill 237 is finally passed. Chair's going to recognize the senator from Fayette 12. Madam Chair, do you have a report?
Yes, Mr. President. The Enrollment Committee has met and finds the following bills are in order and ready for signature: Senate Bill 3, Senate Bill 7, Senate Bill 43, and Senate Bill 229.
Where's our little pages of clerks? Chair is ready to sign Senate Bill 229. Chair is ready to sign Senate Bill 43. Chair is ready to sign Senate Bill 7. Chair is ready to sign Senate Bill 3. What was 3? That was 4. Chair recognizes Senator from Scott.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that House Bill 78 be taken from its place in the orders of the day, read for the third time by title only, and placed upon its passage.
Mr. Clerk, please report.
House Bill 78, an act relating to sex crimes.
Senator from Scott.
Yield to the senator from Boone 11 for action on the bill.
Senator from Boone 11.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 78 is a request by our Commonwealth attorneys to correct the technical oversight that would add uncles and first cousins to our current incest statutes. If there's no questions, I ask for final passage of House Bill 78.
No one seeking recognition? Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Berg, Senator Boswell, Senator Carpenter, Senator Carroll, Senator Chambers Armstrong, Senator Deneen, Senator Douglas, Senator Funky Fromeyer, Senator Girdler, Senator Gibbons, Senator Harper Angel, Senator Higdon, Senator Howell, Senator Mays Bledsoe, Senator McDaniel, Senator Meredith, Senator Mills, Senator Neal, Senator Nemes, Senator Rocky Adams, Senator Schickel, Senator Smith, Senator Southworth, Senator Stivers, Senator Storm, Senator Thayer, Senator Thomas, Senator Tishner, Senator Turner, Senator Webb, Senator West, Senator Westerfield, Senator Wheeler, Senator Williams, Senator Wilson, Senator Wise, Senator Yates.
There being 36 yeas, no nays, House Bill 78 is finally passed. Senator from Scott.
One more soldier left on the battlefield, Mr. President. For now, I move that House Bill 369 be taken from its place in the orders of the day, read for the third time by title only, and placed upon its passage.
Mr. Clerk, would you please report House Bill 369?
House Bill 369, an act relating to expungement.
Senator from Scott.
I yield to the senator from Christian for action on the bill.
Senator from Christian.
Mr. President, House Bill 369, sponsored by Representative Miles, makes a couple of very modest changes to our existing expungement framework. The most important really is a change of just a couple of words to one word. Right now, the existing language makes reference to being able to apply for a series of prior felonies. This changes it to multiple. She has a constituent. She shared this story with me, and I don't think she would object. At least I mentioned it in committee. She didn't object, so I guess there's no problem with sharing it here on the floor. But she has a constituent who was 50 years old, and because of the way the existing language reads, it suggests that if you have a series of offenses back in your prior history, you can do that if they're all sort of the same incident or occurrence. Changing it to multiple allows for multiple. It doesn't have to be in a series. Now, he's 50. He did something stupid when he was in his early 20s. He's only able currently under law to have one of those prior stupid things expunged. He would like the benefit of being able to do that for multiples. But it's important to remember or to remind the members, this doesn't change the framework for expungement at all. You still have to pay the fee. You still have to petition the court. The prosecution is still notified. The victim, if there is one, still has a chance to weigh in and express their support or their opposition to your petition. And the court still makes the decision. None of the mechanics of the expungement process are changed. Unless there are questions, I would move for final passage of House Bill 369.
The matter for the body is final passage of House Bill 369. Any member seeking recognition for the purpose of question or discussion? Senator from Boone, 11.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to share with the members, because I've spoken publicly a couple of times about this bill, against it. Since that time, not that Buddy would vote based on what I think, but since that time, I've changed my mind, and I just wanted the members to be aware of that.
Any other member seeking recognition? Seeing none. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Berg. Senator Boswell. Senator Carpenter. Senator Carroll. Senator Chambers Armstrong. Senator Deneen. Senator Douglas. Senator Funky Fromeyer. Senator Girdler. Senator Givens. Senator Harper Angel. Senator Higdon. Senator Howell. Senator Mays Bledsoe. Senator McDaniel. Senator Meredith. Senator Mills. Senator Neal. Senator Nemes. Senator Rocky Adams. Senator Schickel. Senator Smith. Senator Southworth. Senator Stivers. Senator Storm. Senator Thayer. Senator Thomas. Senator Tishner. Senator Turner. Senator Webb. Senator West. Senator Westerfield. Senator Wheeler. Senator Williams. Senator Wilson. Senator Wise. Senator Yates. McDaniel.
Anyone seeking recognition to cast, change, or explain their vote? Seeing none. There being 35 yeas, 1 nay. House Bill 369 is finally passed. Senator from Scott. Body stand at ease. Body shall come to order. Senator from Scott, communicate with the body.
Thank you, Mr. President. For now, that concludes the orders of the day, but we are going to go into a Rules Committee meeting to post some more bills, and the concurrences in particular are going to be distributed out to all members. All 37 members will receive a sheet that shows how they voted on the previous bills when they went through this chamber. So with that in mind, Mr. President.
Senator Scott, hold on. Got one other thing before you make a motion. Mr. Clerk, do you have some communications with the governor? Please continue.
We have 2 deliveries to the governor, a delivery of Senate Bill 5. Then we have a second delivery to the governor, Senate Bill 28, Senate Bill 30, Senate Bill 49, Senate Bill 54, Senate Bill 80, Senate Bill 126, Senate Bill 48, Senate Bill 71, Senate Bill 58, Senate Bill 62, and Senate Bill 107.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Now, Senator from Scott.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate recess for a meeting of the Rules Committee at the clerk's desk.
This body shall be in recess until call of the chair. Body shall come to order. Order of business would be report of committees. Mr. Clerk, please report.
For Thursday, March 16th, 2023, Rules Committee is met and posted the following bills to the concurrence orders for Thursday, March 16th, 2023. Senate Bill 141, Senate Bill 209. Rules Committee has also posted this bill to the free conference orders for Thursday, March 16th, Senate Bill 65.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Will. They're explaining. Body shall come to order. Senator from Scott. No, we already did report of committee. Senator from Scott.
Mr. President, we are not quite ready to proceed, but we can go ahead and display the free conference committee report. And I will remind members who are seeing this for the first time that the House put an amendment on here. We did not concur. They asked us to recede from the amendment. We did not. That then forces a conference committee. Conference committee did not agree, but then the free conference committee did agree. So voting on a free conference committee, which was worked out by members of this body with members of the House, is just like an amendment, and it is an amendment.
So
I'm buying time until I hear from the sponsor of the bill.
So I think the process would be for more the new than the old, but it always helps to refresh the old. we
Right,
would
since
move
this
to
is the first free conference committee, sir, if we could we have the clerk report Senate Bill 65?
Mr. Clerk, would you please report Senate Bill 65?
Senate Bill 65, an act relating to deficient administrative regulations and declaring an emergency.
Senator from Scott.
Please ask the clerk to report the free conference committee report on Senate Bill 65.
Mr. Clerk, please report free conference committee report to Senate Bill 65.
Free Conference Committee Report 1 to Senate Bill 65.
Senator from Scott, as you were saying, this is an amendment which would move to adopt the free conference committee report, which is a voice vote and then potentially final passage, correct?
Correct, but first, the senator from Bourbon wishes to explain what happened in the free conference committee, and so I yield to him now for explanation of the.
Senator from Bourbon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 65, in free conference, we basically compromised with the cabinet and added two provisions. When we brought back the reg, some people may have been negatively affected by the pullback, and we added a period of time until June 30th, where those people who are already in the middle of services, dental services, hearing services, et cetera. Thank you. We allowed them time to receive those services and for those services to be paid for. And then the second part, Section 5, said that nothing shall be construed to prohibit or prevent the Department of Medicaid Services from increasing reimbursements after the effective date of this act. So we wanted to make it clear that nothing in Senate Bill 65 prohibited them from increasing reimbursement rates. Those are the two things that the free conference committee report included. And at this time, I move for adoption of the free conference report.
The matter before the body is adoption of free conference committee report to Senate Bill 65. There is a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Free conference committee report to Senate Bill 65 is adopted. Senator from Scott, do you have a motion on the bill?
Mr. President, I move for final passage of Senate Bill 65 as amended by the free conference committee report.
Matter for the body is final passage of Senate Bill 65 as amended by the free conference committee report. Seeing no one seeking recognition, all those in favor vote aye. Those who opposed vote nay. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Berg.
Senator from Jefferson 26. Please cast your vote, then explain, limited to 3 minutes.
Thank you, sir. I cast a no vote. I can remember this bill very well in committee. Guys, if you don't have glasses good enough to see, you can't perform your job. And that's the truth. We're talking about providing services to make people physically eligible to work. Thank you.
Senator Boswell. Senator Carpenter. Senator Carroll. Senator Chambers Armstrong. Senator Deneen. Senator Douglas. Senator Funke Fromeyer. Senator Girdler. Senator Givens. Senator Harper Angel. Senator Higdon. Senator Howell. Senator Mays Bledsoe. Senator McDaniel. Senator Meredith.
Senator from Grayson, please cast your vote, then explain, limited to 3 minutes.
I vote aye, Mr. President. And just want to remind folks that what we're asking here is some involvement from the legislature. Throughout this past year, at numerous committees, specifically Health Services and Medicaid Oversight, we have asked to be involved in how these funds are going to be utilized. I got Senator Marshall standing by me here. We both advocate for children. Man, folks, we have 11,000 people on a waiting list for our waiver program. 5,000 of those are children. They're being denied critical services. And we were both optimistic that this 30, 40 million that we may have available would be used for those children. If not for that, increase the reimbursement for healthcare providers, particularly in medically disadvantaged areas. It does no good to expand benefits to recipients if they don't have a healthcare provider to provide those services. So again, we think those funds should be used in other areas, and this is what this is asking for, is involvement of our legislator. Talk to us, let's have some input in this. Thank you.
Senator Mills. Senator Neal. Senator Nemes. Senator Rocky Adams. Senator Schickel. Senator Smith. Senator Southworth. Senator Stivers.
Aye.
Senator Storm. Senator Thayer. Senator Thomas. Senator Tishner. Senator Turner. Senator Webb. Senator West. Senator Westerfield. Senator Wheeler. Senator Williams. Senator Wilson. Senator Wise. Senator Yates.
Any members seeking recognition? Seeing none, there being 30 yeas, 6 nays, Senate Bill 65 as amended by the Free Conference Committee report is finally passed. Senator from Grayson.
Yes,
You have a
Mr.
guest?
We do have a guest, Mr. President. Clerk of the House is here to communicate with our Senate.
Mr. Clerk, good afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House has passed Senate Bill 150 with letter and respectfully request concurrence of this honorable body. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator from Scott.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let's go to the concurrence calendar. Concurrence number 3 today.
They are displayed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that Senate Bill 141 with House amendments be taken from the orders of the day for concurrence.
Mr. Clerk, please report Senate Bill 141.
Senate Bill 141, an act relating to city ordinances.
Senator from Scott.
Mr. President, please ask the clerk to report House Committee Substitute number 1.
Mr. Clerk, please report.
House Committee Sub 1 to Senate Bill 141.
Senator from Scott.
Thank you, Mr. President. Apparently, this House Committee Substitute contains the annexation language that was agreed to, apparently, between the Kentucky League of Cities and the Kentucky Association of Counties. I move for concurrence.
The matter before the body is concurrence with House Committee Substitute number 1 to Senate Bill 141. Any member seeking recognition? Seeing none, all those in favor of concurrence, vote aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Senator from Scott, motion on the bill.
Move for final passage of Senate Bill 141 as amended in the House and concurred within the Senate.
Matter for the body is final passage. Senate Bill 141 is amended. Seeing no one seeking recognition, Mr. Clerk, no, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Berg. Senator Boswell. Senator Carpenter. Senator Carroll. Senator Chambers Armstrong. Senator Deneen. Senator Douglas. Senator Funky Fromeyer. Senator Girdler. Senator Givens. Senator Harper Angel. Senator Higdon. Senator Howell. Senator Mays Bledsoe. Senator McDaniel. Senator Meredith. Senator Mills. Senator Neal. Senator Nemes. Senator Rocky Adams, Senator Schickel, Senator Smith, Senator Southworth, Senator Stivers,
Aye.
Senator Storm, Senator Thayer, Senator Thomas, Senator Tishner, Senator Turner, Senator Webb, Senator West, Senator Westerfield, Senator Wheeler, Senator Williams, Senator Wilson, Senator Wise, Senator Yates.
Senator from Henderson.
Mr. President, I vote pass.
Any other members seeking recognition? Senator from Boone.
My vote to pass.
There being 33 yeas, no nays, 3 passes, Senate Bill 141 as amended and concurred with by the Senate is finally passed. Senator from Scott.
Mr. President, please ask the clerk to report House Committee Title Amendment 1 to House Committee Substitute 1 to Senate Bill 141.
Mr. Clerk, would you please report?
House Committee Title Amendment 1 to House Committee Substitute 1 to Senate Bill 141.
Senator from Scott.
Move to concur.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. Oppose? Ayes have it. Concurrence with the title amendment is done. Senator from Scott.
I yield to the Senator from Fayette 12.
Senator from Fayette 12.
Yes, Mr. President, the Enrollment Committee has met and finds the following bills are in order and ready for your signature. House Bill 160, House Bill 176, House Bill 200, House Bill 391, House Bill 502, House Bill 506, House Concurrent Resolution 5, House Bill 3, House Bill 13, House Bill 76, House Bill 148, House Bill 164, House Bill 170, House Bill 172, House Bill 191, House Bill 241, House Bill 248, House Bill 264, House Bill 287, House Bill 380, House Bill 393, House Bill 429, House Bill 433, and House Concurrent Resolution 59.
Are there any more? Chair is ready to sign House Bill 160. I'm gonna have to get relief here in a minute from Gibbons. Chair is ready to sign House Bill 176. Chair is ready to sign House Bill 200. Chair is ready to sign House Bill 391. Chair is ready to sign House Bill 502. Chair is ready to sign House Bill 506. Chair is ready to sign House Concurrent Resolution 5. First batch. Now we'll start the second batch. Chair is ready to sign House Bill 3. Chair is ready to sign House Bill 13. Chair is ready to sign House Bill 76. Chair is ready to sign House Bill 148. Chair is ready to sign House Bill 164. Chair is ready to sign House Bill 170. Chair is ready to sign House Bill 172. Chair is ready to sign House Bill 191. Chair is ready to sign House Bill 241. I'm going as fast as I can. Chair is ready to sign House Bill 248. I might have to get Dr. Douglas' signature. Chair is ready to sign House Bill 264. Chair is ready to sign House Bill 287. Chair is ready to sign House Bill 380. Chair is ready to sign House Bill 393. Chair is ready to sign House Bill 429. Chair is ready to sign House Bill 433. Chair is ready to sign House Concurrent Resolution 59. I have no doubt. No doubt whatsoever. Senator from Scott.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that Senate Bill 209 with House amendments be taken from the orders of the day for concurrence.
Mr. Clerk, please report Senate Bill 209.
Senate Bill 209, an act relating to insurance.
Senator from Scott.
Mr. President, please ask the clerk to report House Floor Amendment 1 to Senate Bill 209.
Mr. Clerk, please report House Floor Amendment number 1.
House Floor Amendment 1 to Senate Bill 209.
Senator from Scott.
Mr. President, I have spoken to the sponsor of the bill, the senator from Madison. He agrees with the House Floor Amendment, and so my motion is that we concur.
The matter for the body is concurrence with House Floor Amendment number 1 to Senate Bill 209. Seeing no recognition, all those in favor of concurrence, vote aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. House Floor Amendment number 1 is concurred with. Senator from Scott.
Mr. President, I move for final passage of Senate Bill 209 as amended in the House and concurred with in the Senate.
The matter for the body is final passage of Senate Bill 209 as amended and concurred with by this Senate. Any member seeking recognition? Seeing none. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Berg, Senator Boswell, Senator Carpenter, Senator Carroll, Senator Chambers Armstrong, Senator Deneen, Senator Douglas, Senator Funky Fromeyer, Senator Girdler, Senator Gibbons, Senator Harper Angel, Senator Higdon, Senator Howell, Senator Mays Bledsoe, Senator McDaniel, Senator Meredith, Senator Mills, Senator Neal, Senator Nemes, Senator Rocky Adams, Senator Schickel, Senator Smith, Senator Southworth, Senator Stivers.
Aye.
Senator Storm. Senator Thayer. Senator Thomas. Senator Tishner. Senator Turner. Senator Webb. Senator West. Senator Westerfield. Senator Wheeler. Senator Williams. Senator Wilson. Senator Wise. Senator Yates.
All members having voted, there being 36 yeas, no nays. Senate Bill 209, as amended by House Floor Amendment Number 1 and concurred with by the Senate, is finally passed. Senator from Scott.
Mr. President, please ask the clerk to report House Floor Title Amendment 2 to House Floor Amendment 1 to Senate Bill 209.
Mr. Clerk, would you please report House Floor Title Amendment Number 2?
House Floor Title Amendment 2 to House Floor Amendment 1 to Senate Bill 209.
Senator from Scott.
I move that we concur.
Matter before the body is concurrence with House Floor Title Amendment Number 2. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. House Floor Title Amendment Number 2 is concurred with. Senator from Scott.
Communicate with the body.
We just had Senator Scott, before I come to you, Mr. Clerk, do you have a report of deliveries? Please continue.
We have several deliveries to the governor. One delivery, first delivery, Senate Bill 3, Senate Bill 7, Senate Bill 43, and Senate Bill 229. Another delivery to the governor, Senate Bill 4, Senate Bill 75, Senate Bill 89, Senate Bill 101, Senate Bill 112, Senate Bill 165, Senate Bill 281, and a third delivery to the governor, Senate Bill 9, Senate Bill 20, Senate Joint Resolution 54, Senate Bill 135, and Senate Bill 163.
Does that conclude your report? Senator Scott.
A quick introduction, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Mr. President, over the years, the members of this body have heard me opine indignantly every time somebody tries to change the age for the election to the Soil and Conservation Board. And I think we finally achieved a compromise to make it 18, but grandfather those in who were already elected. The young man who I have spoken on behalf of so indignantly has joined us in the gallery. He is a constituent of mine, a graduate from Scott County High School. He is now a student at DePaul University in Chicago, and he was first elected to the Scott County Soil and Conservation Board when he was 17 years old. His name is Landon Stadnick, and he's in the gallery up here to my right. Could we make him feel welcome, Mr. President?
Would he please stand? Let us recognize you. Young man, you've caused quite a bit of controversy around these halls over the last few years, but thank you for your participation, truly, in being involved in the electoral and political process. Welcome to the Kentucky State Senate. Senator from Fayette, 13. Are you seeking recognition? Senator from Scott.
Stand at ease for a moment. I'd like to yield to the Senator from Jefferson 36 for an announcement.
Senator from Jefferson 36,
Thank you, Mr. President. An announcement.
please proceed.
At the second recess, we will meet next door. The Majority Caucus will meet next door in room 327. Thank you.
Senator from Fayette 13,
Mr. President, at the second recess, the Senate Democratic Caucus will convene in room 331 here in the Capitol.
members, please take note. Senator from Scott,
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate recess for a Rules Committee meeting at the clerk's desk.
this body shall be in recess until call of the chair.
Thayer.
Explain my vote.
Vote and explain.
I vote yes. And I want to explain my vote. I have been a longtime opponent of legislation relating to marijuana. I came into this body 20 years ago with a strong set of core beliefs. I grew up in the 1980s during a very strong anti-drug culture. If you're a pot smoker and you're looking for me to help get the camel's nose under the tent so you can smoke your pot legally in Kentucky, I'm not your guy. But I believe Senator West has done a fantastic job limiting the number of afflictions that medical cannabis can be used for. This narrowly focused approach has got my vote. I agree with Senator Douglas. I agree with everything that the gentleman from the Family Foundation said. But to quote the lady who spoke earlier today, for the sake of those who suffer, I vote aye.
Senator
This until call of the chair. First order of business, the chair would recognize the senator from Fayette, 12.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Enrollment Committee has met and finds the following bills in order. If you're ready for your signature, Senate Bill 141 and Senate Bill 65.
Chair is ready to sign Senate Bill 65. Chair is ready to sign Senate Bill 141. Senator from Scott.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let's go to concurrence orders number 4.
They are displayed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that Senate Bill 150 with House amendments be taken from the orders of the day for concurrence. You haven't been recognized. Mr. President, I made a motion that is non-debatable on the motion to bring the bill to the floor.
Hold on. Mr. Clerk, please report Senate Bill 150.
Senate Bill 150, an act relating to rights in public schools.
Senator from Jefferson 19.
Thank you, Mr. President. I object pursuant to Section 196 and 197 of Masons. I believe it is improper for this body to consider Senate Bill 150 when a substantially similar measure is laid upon the clerk's desk and still in the possession of this body. Therefore, I move to suspend the rules to permit a motion to take House Bill 470 from the clerk's desk and vote upon it.
Motion is second. Senator from Scott.
Mr. President, I urge the members to vote no.
Chair wants to make sure that it is the understanding of what the motion of the Senator from Jefferson 19 is saying, is there is currently a bill in our possession, which is currently laying on the clerk's desk, that is similar to that which is going to be considered in Senate Bill 150. Therefore, it would be under our Rule 60 that talks about, as we generally call it, a piggyback rule. I do not believe we ever get to Mason's manual because Mason's is the default document for our rules, but Rule 60 covers this, and I do not believe your motion is well taken. Now, it is my understanding you have a motion for a vote on this to suspend the rules, which is a permissible rule, because I think basically you're agreeing with me now that it is not a piggyback, but you want to suspend the rules to consider that which is on the clerk's desk.
Correct, Mr. President.
There was a motion and a second to suspend the rules. All those in favor of suspending the rules, vote aye. Already called for the vote. All those in favor, I heard 3 ayes. Those opposed to suspending the rules, vote no. Senator from Jefferson 19.
Would it be in order to request a roll call vote?
Motion been made. There was no request for a roll call when the chair sought for a vote. Delayed, went very methodical, looked, no one asked. Therefore, Senator from Scott.
Thank you, Mr. President. Please ask the clerk to report House Committee Substitute Number 1 to Senate Bill 150.
Mr. Clerk, would you please report House Committee Substitute Number 1
House
to
Committee
Senate Bill
Sub
150.
House Committee Sub 1 to Senate Bill 150.
Senator from Scott.
I move that we concur.
The matter for the body is concurrence of House Committee Substitute Number 1. All those in favor of concurrence, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. House Committee Substitute Number 1 is concurred with by this body. Senator from Scott.
Thank you, Mr. President. What we have back from the House is Senate Bill 150, which has been voted on twice already in this body in various forms, sponsored by the senator from Taylor. It deals with the rights in public schools to ensure parent communication, inspection, and authorization regarding a variety of health services and curriculum on the subject of human sexuality. It also adds language relating to student privacy rights. It also contains new language that is modeled after a law in South Dakota that prohibits a healthcare provider from knowingly providing services to a minor for the purpose of attempting to alter the appearance or perception of the minor's sex. These services include prescribing or administering any drug to delay or stop normal puberty, prescribing or administering testosterone, estrogen, or progesterone in amounts greater than would normally be produced internally in a healthy person of the same age and sex, performing any sterilizing surgery, performing any surgery that artificially constructs tissue relating to the minor's genitalia. Also, it creates exceptions for these services under certain conditions. It established penalties for healthcare providers who violate the prohibitions, which include revocation of their licensure or certification to their respective professional license. It establishes a right of action for personal injury up to age 30 for minors who receive the services that are inconsistent with the minor's gender. It also provides for the continued treatment of a minor if a healthcare provider determines that immediately terminating a minor's treatment or administration of drugs or hormones otherwise prohibited would cause harm, but allows the healthcare provider to institute a period of time during which the minor's use of the drug or hormone is systematically reduced.
I don't know.
And
I
Mr.
was just
President,
trying it out.
therefore, with that explanation, I move for
I
final
accidentally
passage
unplugged
of
this
Senate
because I was
Bill
like, it's not
150
working. And
as
then
amended in the House
started to
and
pick that up.
concurred with in the Senate.
Matter for the body is final passage of Senate Bill 150 as amended and concurred with on House Committee Substitute Number 1 by the Senate. Seeing no one seeking recognition, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Berg.
Senator from Jefferson 26, please cast your vote and explain, limited to 3 minutes.
Explain my no vote, sir.
Please proceed.
I was hoping to be able to vote aye to a reasonable amendment that would have made this a much more reasonable bill. 470, as it was originally presented to us from the House, was viewed as the single worst anti-LGBTQ legislation that has come out of a state house in this country this session. I want the people in Kentucky to understand that your elected legislators have spent hours and hours and hours, because when you give them the truth, when they start understanding the story, the ones that aren't so politically motivated that they actually still care about people can't vote for this. They know it's not the science. They have met families. They have met somebody from their own party. Believe it or not, meeting a Republican with a grandchild meant more to them than every piece of medical literature I could give to them. Every national society that is reputable, all the medical guidelines that we follow in this state, our own licensed, certified, boarded physicians coming to speak to you. Every one of them leaving their patients, taking their time, calling you, begging you to listen to the science. And guys, it's not like you haven't had time to learn. My child came up here 10 years ago. You had time to understand the science. You had time to get yourself educated on this subject. This is absolute, willful, intentional hate. Hate for a small group of people that are the weakest and the most vulnerable among us. You need to come back to these people and you need to ask them, why did you get elected? What are you doing here? What was your purpose in choosing to serve? Because if it was to help the least among us, you are failing miserably.
Senator from Jefferson 26.
How much longer do I have, sir?
You have used your 3 minutes per the rule.
Thank you. I vote no.
Senator Boswell. Senator Carpenter. Senator Carroll.
Senator from Marshall, please cast your vote, then explain, limited to 3 minutes.
Mr. President, I'd like to cast a no vote and explain my vote.
Please proceed.
Mr. President, this vote isn't about making a statement on LGBTQ. It isn't making a statement of anything other than concern for a child that is struggling with gender identification issues. Could be a young lady that a pediatrician told me about a few days ago that made the statement that she had her first period, she was going to commit suicide. We know that most kids that are struggling with gender dysphoria decide to stay the gender that they are. It's a phase that they go through. Some it's not. What would it hurt to allow doctors to have access to these puberty blockers to give these kids time to work through the issues that they face. Why can't we trust our doctors, as we do for every other issue, to guide us through these things and to make the decision on what dosage and how long? These are medications that are commonly used every day for kids that are maturing too quickly. A 9-year-old that begins puberty, doctors slow down that puberty until the child gets older. It's safe medication. So this bill does not allow that, but what it does allow is mental health treatment with no constraints. The previous version put constraints stating that a mental health professional could not promote transition during their sessions. This bill does not restrict that. I thought that was important to us. Does that not create more of a risk for that child in the long run than the puberty blockers? I think it does. I think we've made a mistake here. This bill is better than what 470 was originally, no doubt about it. There are provisions of 150 that I agree with. You've got one side pushing really hard, which is making the other side push back even harder. And we've forgotten what's important in this. It's the people. The people are important in this. My concern is for the children. Mr. President, can I say that if we allowed the blockers to be prescribed and utilized, would it save hundreds, thousands of lives? I can't say that. But you know what? If it saves one kid, one, what does it hurt? I don't understand, Mr. President. I do understand the other issues, and I do understand that we want to protect our values, we want to protect our kids. I support that. When are we going to get past all of this extremism, all the radicalism on one side, on the other side? When are we going to sit down and talk about the people involved in this? It's a difficult situation. It's going to be fought for years. We've got to come together at some point and stop this craziness and start talking. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Chambers Armstrong.
Senator from Jefferson 19, please cast your vote, then explain.
I vote no and seek permission to explain.
Please proceed. 3 minutes.
I stand today to speak against a bill that is hateful, that is discriminatory, and that is beneath the dignity of this chamber and this Commonwealth. The proponents of this bill claim that it is about protecting children, that it comes from a place of love and desire to help them. Let me be clear. This bill will kill Kentucky kids. And if the people that vote in favor of this bill do not know this, it is only because they do not want to know this. The data is clear. The data is consistent. The Journal of the American Medical Association, that is cited in this chamber numerous times for numerous other issues as the leading authority, has put out studies of tens of thousands of children that show that allowing children access to this care, which you are about to vote to ban, decreases suicidality, decreases depression, and keeps kids alive. So no, Mr. President, this bill is not about protecting kids. It is about silencing kids. It is about bullying kids. And it is about eliminating children that you do not understand. These children are watching today. They will watch this on the news. They will watch the words you say on the news. The nation is watching Kentucky today, and they will remember what this vote says about our Commonwealth. Our economy will suffer, our businesses will suffer, and most importantly, our families and our most vulnerable children will suffer. If the majority party in this state wants to protect Kentucky kids, what have you done about the 250 kids living in poverty in this state? About the 8,500 kids in foster care on any given day? About the 6,748 children who were reported abused in 2020? Where are the hours of deliberation on that, Mr. President? Those are the things you should do to help children. Do not keep doing these things that target 1% of kids. Do not assume that you, the members of the General Assembly, know better than the doctors in your district that will get sued as a result of this law that you're passing, that you know better what is medically necessary for kids. Do not assume that you know better than parents what is in the best interest of children. To all of the trans kids who are watching, I am so sorry that this is happening to you. I believe, because I have to, that this is a dark moment in Kentucky's history and that things will get better and history will judge the people that vote in favor of this law today. I hope that you will lead the way to a better future. Do not let this make you give up. Keep fighting. I will be there fighting with you. I vote no.
Senator Deneen. Senator Douglas. Senator Funky Fromeyer. Senator Girdler. Senator Gibbons. Senator Harper Angel.
Senator from Jefferson 35, please cast your vote, then explain.
I vote no, Mr. President. It's another sad day in Kentucky, and the message that we're sending our youth today is that if you don't look like me, think like me, and act like me, we will make you conform because we can. Because we can, but we shouldn't. Thank you, Mr. President. I vote no.
Senator Higdon. Senator Howell. Senator Mays Bledsoe. Senator McDaniel. Senator Meredith.
Senator from Grayson, please cast your vote, then explain, limited to 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President. I vote aye. Wasn't even going to speak on this bill, but after being yelled at incessantly over this bill, feel compelled to respond. I find it so hypocritical that people are condemning us for this legislation, but can turn the blind eye to 50 years of Roe versus Wade that killed 63 million innocent babies. So don't lecture me about caring for children when you will openly support the murder of innocent children. It's inexcusable, it's sickening, and hypocritical.
Senator Mills. Senator Neal.
Senator from Jefferson 33, please cast your vote, then explain.
I vote no.
Please continue. Limited 3 minutes.
It won't take that long.
Yes, sir.
You know, I've been here for a while, and I've seen us do some great things. In fact, even this session, we've done some great things. But I always get confused when I see those with power exercising that power unnecessarily, irrationally, over those that do not have that kind of power. I've often said that just because you have power doesn't mean you exercise it. Is it wise to exercise it? If you go across this country right now and see what we're doing here, you'll find that this is not something that just came out of this body. This is an initiative that is being taking place all across this country. It's not right. You know it's not right. So we can talk about all the other issues, and we can talk about being hypocritical, we can talk about all kinds of things. We're not perfect. But I have to think that everyone in this body is intelligent enough, that is sensitive enough, that is thoughtful enough, that they would not take unnecessarily their power and crush to the earth those who are already in great need. I was going to stand up and say things like, this is shameful. I cannot tell you the rage I have in my body. I don't express it that way much. But I got to tell you, this is a low point. We can do better than this. This body can do better than this. No.
Senator Nemes, Senator Rocky Adams, Senator Schickel, Senator Smith, Senator Southworth,
Senator from Anderson, please cast your vote, then explain, limited to 3 minutes.
Cast an aye vote and explain, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
Mr. President, I prepared for this day because I was looking toward the time when this would be happening, and here we are. So I had the opportunity the last term in school to take a class specifically on this issue. It was entitled LGBTQ Health Law. Now, our professor has been multi-decades, long-time crusader, one of the best litigators in the country on this issue. And I really enjoyed the class and learning everything that he taught us. The first thing he made clear was it's turned into an alphabet soup. Everyone starts adding letters, and so it goes after Q, they start adding I, then A, and now there's a plus sign after that. I'm not sure what other letters, but anyway, he told us we have to be careful because the I and the A don't actually really go with the others. So if anybody's not sure, the I stands for intersex, and there's actually a piece of this in what the House concurred with or brought over for us, which is why I bring this up. Because this really spoke to me in the class when we were talking about what is intersex. It is children who have actual physical, born, something's wrong, chromosomes off. I mean, there's birth defects of all sorts out there, right? So anyway, that's what it is. And so I'm going to read from the materials that I learned, and this just really made a lot of sense to me. It said, intersex people in the United States are subjected to medical practices that can inflict irreversible physical and psychological harm on them starting in infancy, harms that can last throughout their lives. Many of these procedures are done with the stated aim of making it easier for children to grow up, quote unquote, normal and integrate more easily into society by helping them conform to a particular sex assignment. The results are often catastrophic. The supposed benefits are largely unproven, and there are generally no urgent health considerations at stake. Procedures that could be delayed until intersex children are old enough to decide whether they want them are instead performed on infants who then have to live with the consequences for a lifetime. Mr. President, the whole point of this whole module in our class was about parents choosing something for their children or children making decisions before they have consent of a majority age, and how dangerous that can be because children don't know, or parents may do something that really is not the right decision. And that is why I support making this all held off until they are 18, because the people who have done these decisions know that it is a multi-year planning process just to even get started. And that's why we should not have our children involved. Thank you.
Senator Stivers.
Aye.
Senator Storm. Senator Thayer. Senator Thomas.
Senator from Fayette 13, please cast your vote, then explain, limited to 3 minutes.
I'm going to tell you what all families have in common.
Cast your vote, please.
I cast a nay vote, Mr. President. Black families and white families, Christian families and Jewish families, English-speaking families and non-English-speaking families. Every family has someone gay in their family. Every family. Could be our favorite aunt and uncle. Could be our brother or sister. Could even be our child. And you know what? We love that family member. We come together and eat dinner with them, and we socialize with them, and they are us. Except for today when this legislature says that we want to demonize those family members. We want to exorcise them out of our existence. And you know what? This legislature really wants to stick it to them because we haven't done it just once this session. We've done it twice. We've brought back things that we've already decided upon, like the bullying and harassment that these students get, the pronouns. We say it again, that teachers and administrators can use whatever pronoun they want. And we're taking away your right as a parent to intercede, because it doesn't matter whether you as a parent want to affirm your child's existence. The teachers and principals can still do it. And we say that. Not only do we bring back the bullying, but we're going to now check the bathrooms. We're going to, under this legislation, establish the bathroom police. And we're going to go in those bathrooms and see what's happening in your children's bathrooms. We're going to do that today. But we're going to even do more. We don't care what age your child is. We've just joined the Don't Say Gay state. We've just joined that. So issues like sexual identity or sexual gender, we're not even going to talk about that anymore. Everything you've heard say today is true. We are tearing ourselves apart. And we better get this together. Otherwise, we're going to find ourselves literally destroying each other. Mr. President, I proudly vote no.
Senator Tishner.
Senator from Oldham, please cast your vote, then explain, limited to 3 minutes.
Mr. President, I cast an aye vote. There's two issues in this bill. You have parental rights, and then you have an issue of protecting children from potentially going down a course to destroy their lives and never be able to get it back. And some think that's a parental right, that you should be able to make that decision. I strongly disagree with that. I've looked at the evidence, I've looked at the studies, and I'm following it closely in Europe in particular. There are a plethora of nations who have been on this path for much longer than we have, many more years than we have, and they do have long-term studies, and they are now shutting it all down. Children reach an age about 20, I guess they're adults then, 21 to 25, depending if they're male or female, when their frontal lobe finally develops. If we get them on a course of puberty blockers and we stop the natural progression of what their body is supposed to do, what it's made to do to continue to develop, and they go towards a path and they know that if they start that progression, it's a very high percentage that will keep moving towards surgery and towards that next step of transition. Once that brain develops, they can't go back. They've cut that part off, it's gone. We're not talking about a minor thing. For goodness sakes, 18-year-olds you have to be 18 to get a tattoo. We're talking about removing healthy body parts that you cannot put back on. I've seen the pictures. It's horrifying. I've talked to detransitioners, and the way they are treated is horrifying if they speak out. And most of them are young. They're in their early 20s, and they realize they shouldn't have done what they did. One story was so heartbreaking. A young girl went to a clinic, and this was from a whistleblower who worked at the clinic. And she started to realize something wasn't right with what they were doing. She had her breasts removed. She was 15 years old. A few months later, she called back and said, "I want my breasts back. What can I do? How can I get them back?" The step that she had taken, that she was led down, now created an irreversible path for her life. I know I'm coming to the end, and I will say this. We're being accused of being hateful in this bill. And as Christians, we're told to speak the truth in love, and I would argue that the truth itself is love. And for those who are opposed to this measure, those who think we're going on the attack, I've spoken with some, Emma, who's been here every day this session, and had a great conversation with her. And I will tell you, you guys were created with a purpose. And I will tell you, God does not make mistakes. Thank you.
Senator Turner. Senator Webb. Senator West. Senator Westerfield.
Senator from Christian, please cast your vote, then explain.
I vote aye, Mr. President, but I do so a bit reluctantly. I want to commend the Senator from Marshall for his hard work and his dedication. In the last 24 hours, my Christian values have been called into question. I know his have been as well. Everybody else that voted on last night's amended version of 470 and voted in support of Floor Amendment 2 was blasted with hundreds of emails today. And I shared with my wife my concern, which is very much like the Senator from Marshall. And the verses that keep coming back are about love. Love your neighbors yourself, love one another. People will know you by the love that you have and that you share with the world. I'm not crazy about this bill. I worry about the harm it might cause. It is better than House Bill 470 as we had it in committee a few days ago. It makes improvements for what doctors are able to do, what they can say, answer questions, talk, which I didn't think they would be free to do without liability underneath 470 as we had it last night before it was amended. I don't agree with transition. I don't understand it. But doctors should be able to answer questions about it, and I'm glad now that they can and do so without fear of liability. And so while I appreciate the Senator from Marshall's work, and I certainly take to heart the words that have been shared on the floor tonight, I think the folks that support this and the folks that don't support it, all of us in this body and the body down the hall, genuinely care about the children of the state of Kentucky. We disagree profoundly about this issue, some of us, but I hope that we can appreciate the spirit with which we try to do our work. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Wheeler. Senator Williams.
Senator from Boone, 20. Please cast your vote, then explain.
Mr. President, I'd like to explain my aye vote.
Please proceed.
I appreciate the Senator from Jefferson 19's passion, the Senator from Grayson's passion in their speak. I think probably I spoke 30 years ago when I first came about the same passion about abortion she felt. But in that 30 years, I've learned to know this body. I don't think there is one person in this body that is motivated out of hate. I think everyone in this body is motivated out of love and concern and care for their constituents and the children and the parents in Kentucky. And I really appreciate, although I don't agree with the Senator from Jefferson 33's comments in totality, I really appreciate his tone and his demeanor in giving it. We've been friends for years. We've disagreed on many, many things, but we've all been able to look at one another, to laugh about some things and find common ground on many other areas. I am looking forward to finding the common ground on this. But the reason I'm voting yes on this is we have an increasing suicide rate. This bill has not been responsible for the rising suicide rate. It hasn't been in effect. What has been in effect is a rising industry that is now a multi-billion-dollar industry that is performing what I will say unspeakable things on children. And I'm going to speak to the children that we care. Each one of us has 30, 40 trillion cells. And every now and then you need a drug, you need some surgery to help your body along, to encourage those cells that are injured, they're damaged. But if you start fighting those 30 or 40 trillion cells with a lifetime of drugs, with surgery, you're not going to win. The 30, 40, be yourself. Be what your 30 or 40 trillion cells say that you are. That is who you are. And don't let anybody else tell you that you're any different from what your body is telling you you are. And so I would encourage you, listen to your body, listen to those cells in your body, and align your mind and intellect. You are a unique individual. You're different from every other human being there is. But your cells know what you are. And so I hope that we get to the point where we can all respect our differences, we can disagree, and realize that we are, each and every one of us, trying to help the children, the parents, the citizens of this Kentucky. That's why I vote aye.
Senator Wilson. Senator Wise. Senator Yates.
Senator from Jefferson 37, please cast your vote, then explain.
Mr. President, I vote no. One of the benefits of being Yates is I get to wait to the very end. And so I know sometimes I can jump up and be fiery sometimes, but I sit by it, and what I did, honestly, what I was going to say has probably changed several times by listening. And I will disagree that I don't believe that this all comes from a place of love. I think that there has been a huge rise of anti-trans bills and hate politics, and it's because it sells like hotcakes. And what upsets me is there has been surveys that put out in certain primaries, I guess that's an issue that wins. And that bothers me because we know without a doubt what we are doing here today is going to hurt children. And we protect ourselves by making up stuff, right? We do those like straw man fake arguments, hearing stories about children having their body parts cut off before this, and this is why we have to do this. But our experts, our doctors, all the literature that we read, not the stuff that our lawyers and Indian chiefs and all the professions we have in here, we decide we think is right, the stuff that the medical doctors told us. Because you can't have the surgery before you're 18 in Kentucky. I don't think anywhere, but not here. We're making up things and horrific stories to somehow justify what we're doing. So we can stand behind the hate politics because the surveys say it sells like hotcakes. But I'll tell you what, when you look up at that board and you casted your vote, you have to remember that when you go home to your family, your friends, that one person that you love that may be a little bit different, that may be gay, may be trans, that may be questioned, or may have a son or daughter, or this is the one you remember. My grandfather served 22 years in the House of Representatives, and he told me, David, there's a few votes that I'll remember, and I'll always remember. And those are the ones I didn't vote my integrity. So I hope that those of you, because I know there's people on here, good people, that are really having trouble with this. I hope that you remember this in the next year, the next session. We work to educate ourselves, and we come back and do something better. And to those that are home who are hurting, who are denied the basic mental health treatment, I mean, the most basic things that we would think that would be kind for our children, we let them know that we're fighting for you. Remember, I had my beautiful daughter here yesterday. She was here with her friend, and she was in and out of the caucus things, and they're picking up the literature and they're looking at it. And she just looks at me and says, Daddy, why? Why? The truth is, I don't have an answer.
Any other members seeking recognition? Senator from Carter, cast your vote.
I'm going to vote aye today, reluctantly. My position is somewhere between the gentleman from McCracken and Senator from Christian. After hearing the evidence on the original bill, which was I couldn't sit through that hearing without tears in my eyes the whole time. That's how I felt about that bill. I'm not a doctor. We should not interject ourselves into the KMA guidelines and standards of care. That is not our purview. This bill is better and actually has some things that I can live with or agree to, or maybe even hope goes to court. So let's put it out there. But I have a great deal of respect for the chairman who sat and listened to the testimony, unlike many of the folks in this room, and deferred to the testimony and looked in the eyes of the individuals that were testifying and the people in the audience and truly came with an option that was realistic and rational. And I appreciate that, and everybody should appreciate that. I don't like that process in this. What are we afraid of with a process like getting this bill? Really? Tabling one bill, and then here it comes today. I don't know about you all. I've had bills going through and things happening. I really hadn't had time to sit down and digest this or even discuss it. What are we afraid of in civil discourse and relying on experts and stakeholder testimony? This is not the process that we can do better. Somebody said that earlier. And again, juvenile justice, let's think about that as we continue to go into the next session with the task force for every juvenile in Kentucky. And parental choice, let's be consistent in that as we move forward and not just pick and choose what we want. Thank you.
Seeing no other person seeking recognition, there being 30 yeas, 7 nays, Senate Bill 150 as amended and concurred with by House Committee Substitute is finally passed. Mr. Doorkeeper, if you would please have the individuals. Senator Scott, action on title amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Please ask the clerk to report House Committee Title Amendment 1 to House Committee Sub 1 to Senate Bill 150.
Mr. Clerk, please report.
House Committee Title Amendment 1 to House Committee Sub 1 to Senate Bill 150.
Senator Scott.
Move that we concur.
Matter for the body is concurrence on House Committee Title Amendment number 1. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. House Committee Title Amendment number 1 is concurred with. Senator from Scott.
Thank you, Mr. President. Now let's go back to the regular orders.
Prior to doing that, Senator Scott, I'm going to recognize the senator from Grayson.
Thank you, Mr. President. The clerk of the House is here to communicate with our Senate.
Good evening, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The House has passed House Concurrent Resolution 89, Senate Bills 122, 145, 162, 190, and 203 with letter, and respectfully request concurrence of this honorable body. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Now, Senator from Scott.
Mr. President, I move that Senate Bill 47 be taken from its place in the orders of the day, read for the third time by title only, and placed upon its passage.
Mr. Clerk, please report Senate Bill 47.
Senate Bill 47, an act relating to medicinal cannabis.
Senator from Scott.
I yield to the senator from Bourbon for action on the bill.
Senator from Bourbon.
Mr. President, would you please ask the clerk to report Senate Committee Substitute 1?
Mr. Clerk, please report Senate Committee Substitute number 1.
Senate Committee Sub 1 to Senate Bill 47.
Senator from Bourbon.
Move for adoption.
Matter for the body is adoption, being a second. All those in favor say aye. Opposed? Ayes have it. Senate Committee Substitute number 1 is adopted. Senator from Bourbon.
Mr. President, would you please ask the clerk to report Senate Floor Amendment 1?
Mr. Clerk, would you please report Senate Floor Amendment number 1?
Senate Floor Amendment 1 to Senate Committee Sub 1 to Senate Bill 47.
Senator from Bourbon.
Move for adoption.
Matter for the body is adoption of Senate Floor Amendment number 1. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it. Senate Floor Amendment number 1 is adopted. Senator from Bourbon.
Thank you, Mr. President. What we have before us tonight is Senate Bill 47, an act related to medical cannabis. Mr. President, it's time for Kentucky to join the other 37 states in the United States that allow medical marijuana as an option for their citizens. This bill has been discussed in this chamber for many years. My journey on this subject began about 5 or 6 years ago when I met Eric and Michelle Crawford in my district. Eric is a quadriplegic, and his main goal for years was to have another option for pain that is not as harsh as the powerful and expensive pharmaceuticals prescribed for him. Eric and Michelle filed a resolution with the Mason County Fiscal Court and asked me to look at the issue. And that's when I first got involved. I didn't intend to get into this issue. I'm now convinced that medical marijuana, if provided to our citizens through a tightly regulated system, can provide some important relief to our constituents. In dealing with numerous horrendous conditions, and those with condition in which pharmaceuticals do not provide relief or cause serious side effects. This bill has been vetted maybe more than any bill in the history of the Commonwealth. Having said that, it is understood that this is a very complex issue, and if passed, will be a work in progress. When you think about this bill, I'm asking you to ask yourself a few questions. Which is safer than medical marijuana? Is Oxycontin and oxycodone safer? Will this option help some suffering Kentuckians? Will this option reduce addiction to opioids? Can this provide additional jobs for Kentuckians? Can this help with end-of-life care and give people an option that if they want medical marijuana, they're not considered a criminal? I'm convinced that Senate Bill 47 can do that. Really quickly, this is a very complex bill with 122 pages. I'm going to go through really quick and hit some high points. Marijuana is defined on page 89. The qualifying conditions are on page 4. There are 6 qualifying conditions. Any form of cancer, chronic, severe, or irretractable or debilitating pain, epilepsy, multiple sclerosis, chronic nausea or cyclical vomiting, PTSD, and importantly, item G, any other medical condition or disease for which the Kentucky Center for Cannabis says medical marijuana has efficacy. I'm going to stop right there, Mr. President, and say we set up this center a few years ago, last year, to research this issue. And we're awaiting some results from the center. And so when those come out, we'll know more, but we're not waiting. We're moving forward, and we should. The entity in Kentucky that will govern this is the Cabinet for Health and Family Services. They are the cabinet most equipped to handle this subject. 7 physicians shall be appointed to the Board of Medical Licensure. The Board of Physicians and Advisors shall recommend to the cabinet protocols for the amount of a 30-day supply. A patient under 18 shall not possess, purchase, or acquire medical cannabis without the assistance of a designated caregiver. There is limited reciprocity for visiting qualified patients. If someone comes in from another state, they can have an outside card, but they have to comply with Kentucky law. They have to apply and be approved under the Kentucky Medical Cannabis Act. The patient is limited to a 30-day supply, and all the information on medical marijuana shall go into the CASPER system. Person shall not operate cars, vessels, aircraft under the influence. And probably one of the most important components of this bill, this act shall not become effective until January 1st, 2025. This will give the cabinet plenty of time promulgate regulations, and the legislature will be in session again to keep an eye on the regulations and make sure those are appropriate. A physician or an advanced practice registered nurse who is authorized to prescribe controlled substances shall provide written certifications for the use of medical cannabis. Once someone has a written certification, they must apply to receive a registry identification card. And the cabinet shall set up separate licenses for each of the entities that operate a cannabis business in this space. This bill is not perfect. This is not a panacea. It was never going to be perfect. But with passage, we're moving down the road, we're moving forward, we're moving along with 37 other states who in this republic are experiment stations. We are a sovereign state, we have our own ideas, and by passing this, we will say, give our citizens the opportunity to use medical cannabis. If there are no further questions, I would move for passage of Senate Bill 47 as amended by Senate Committee Substitute 1 and Senate Floor Amendment 1.
The matter before the body is passage of Senate Bill 47 as amended. Are there any members seeking recognition for the purpose of question or discussion? Seeing none. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Senator Berg. Senator Boswell.
Senator from Davis, please cast your vote, then explain, limited to 3 minutes.
My vote is no.
Please proceed.
I want to thank the senator for Bourbon for all the work he's put in this. But I also want to thank the senator from Jefferson 37 for telling the story about your father. You talked about how this was going to, some votes are a day you're going to remember. And I believe this day, this vote is going to be a day that we're going to remember. First, this product is a violation of federal law. It's a drug, not a medicine. In the end, it's about this, money. 2, cannabis, marijuana, tetrahydrocannabinol, in my opinion, is a scourge of the earth. This bill, as written, is a disaster. For example, chronic pain is allowed. If anyone could use something for chronic pain, it's me. And I did have a waiver not to wear a tie tonight because of conditions involving my neck. Chronic pain includes everyone over 18. The allowable categories are too broad. This bill, 153 pages, says you can't smoke it. Really? Who in this room really believes that someone is going to buy a bag and not smoke it? Access to children will be increased as an unintended consequences, for example, gummies. It's destroying our youth, especially in the 15 to 20-year-old range. Kentucky is one of the unhealthiest states in the nation. Smoking, drugs, obesity, and now we are going to put medicinal cannabis into the mix. Oklahoma passed a similar bill 4 years ago. Today, 390,000 people, 10% of their population, are on this drug, and they just had a vote not to commercialize medical marijuana, any marijuana. Lastly, I urge my colleagues to vote no. If you are going to violate federal law, at least tighten up the bill to include only the critically ill.
Senator Carpenter. Senator Carroll. Senator Chambers Armstrong.
He is a no.
Senator Deneen.
Senator from Hardin, please
Explain my
cast your
vote.
vote, then explain.
I vote aye. Mr. President,
I have heard from constituents. I have close friends that are dealing with MS, that deal with seizures, that deal with situations that medical cannabis may help. I live close to Fort Knox. Many soldiers suffer from PTSD. I've heard their request. And I want to congratulate the senator from Bourbon. When I first read the bill, I had a lot of concerns. Actually, I had 3 pages of concerns. But since this session has started, I've read the bill 3 times. And each time I've read it, the senator from Bourbon and others have made improvements to the framework to provide regulations and guardrails to make sure that those involved in the usage and the prescription are following guidelines that many other states have implemented. Is the bill perfect? No, it is not. I believe in the time frame we have before it becomes legal, there will be time to add amendments, to tighten up regulations, to ensure that it is the best possible way forward as we join 37 other states. With that, I'm glad to pass an aye vote.
Senator Douglas.
Senator from Jessamine, please cast your vote, then explain.
I make a no vote, Mr. President. Mr. President, I also want to thank Senator from Bourbon 27 for his hard work. And in fact, I thank all the persons in this chamber who really have, I think, thoughtfully thought through some of this. But this marijuana, it is a chemical compound that has not undergone any long or even any short time research protocols that included collection, collation of the material, assessment, review, or even any reporting of the data. The FDA has not formally approved marijuana for any medical use. Marijuana is a psychoactive drug. That means it crosses the blood-brain barrier. And when the mothers are carrying the children, it also is small enough to cross the placenta. So just think about that for a little while. A recent study, and my concern is for some of the recreational drug that may get out there. A recent study that was done in Colorado suggested that for every dollar gained in taxes, it cost them about $4.50 just to mitigate the other issues that occur as a result of the marijuana. And we're not even taxing this because it's medical, someone says. 68% of the respondents said that they had driven under the influence, and 27% admitted that they drive under the influence daily. So I guess in the end, what I want to say is, with the improved growing techniques and the increased concentration of these chemical compounds, I'm not really convinced that this drug is safe. But you know, we do have some research going on out there, and I really want to thank the University of Kentucky. I hope we'll have some other institutions doing research who will give us good information. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Funky Fromeyer. Senator Girdler. Senator Givens. Senator Harper Angel. Senator Higdon. Senator Howell. Senator Mays Bledsoe. Senator McDaniel.
Senator from Kenton, please cast your vote, then explain.
Cast an aye vote, Mr. President, if I can explain, please.
Please proceed.
I'm sorry, Mr. President, cast a no vote.
and explain. I apologize.
Please proceed.
Mr. President, I just wanted to speak briefly to a couple quick process things. Eric was down here earlier. I don't see him now. And then Jaime, who lobbies for this. And I just want to say that those are people that Kentuckians ought to be proud of. I don't agree with them on this issue. I come down in a different space. But those guys have come down here for years, and they have not engaged in subterfuge. They have not engaged in deceit. They have come down and told their story and passionately made their plea and worked on a legislative product in a hard, thorough, and thoughtful manner. They have engaged in this process. And unless I'm badly mistaken as where we're going to end up, they will find themselves successful for the first time in this chamber. And there's just certain people that you meet that even if you can't agree with them, touch you in the way that they do their work. And those two did it. And I just wanted to tell them that the Commonwealth should be proud of them. Thank you.
For the members prior to going on, interested parties to a vote are not to be on the Senate floor during the vote. To explain that, please continue, Madam Clerk.
Senator Meredith.
Senator from Grayson, please cast your vote, then explain.
I vote aye, Mr. President, and I too want to thank the senator from Montgomery for the great job he's doing on that. I can't think of anyone that I would trust more to formulate this legislation that he has, because he's very methodical. He thinks it through. He looks at every segment of this, and I know he's done his research. This vote is a journey for me since I've been here in 7 years. It's not an equal vote. You know, there's no right votes. It's just the best votes, the ones that help our constituents. And I don't know the science behind this. I truly don't, even though I was in healthcare for 40 years, but I've heard enough anecdotal experiences of people benefiting from this, especially children with seizure disorders and our Vietnam, Desert Storm, Afghan veterans who find some relief from post-traumatic stress disorder, that they say this benefits them. I don't know if it does or not. But shouldn't we show them just a little bit of mercy, that even if it's a placebo effect, if it benefits them, shouldn't we do it? You remember just a couple of years ago, 3 or 4 years ago, the late Senator C.B. Emery passed legislation called Right to Try, to allow people who were in stage 4 illnesses that could have access to clinical trials, experimental drugs that, you know, some of those, the outcomes are worse than the disease itself. But that's where I'm coming from today, is that these people that are suffering from these debilitating diseases and situations, shouldn't we show them just a little bit of mercy and let them at least try? Will this be abused by some folks? It most certainly will. But again, if we can benefit just one person, one child, I think it's worthwhile. But I think the great news is the way technology is advancing every day. I'm hoping someday we won't need this at all. But for today, I think this gives folks a sense of hope and maybe some relief. So, thank you.
Senator Mills. Senator Neal. Senator Nemes. Senator Rocky Adams. Senator Schickel.
Senator from Boone, 11, please cast your vote, then explain.
I want to echo the sentiments of my neighbor, the senator.
Senator from Boone, could you cast your vote, please?
Yes, I vote no. I want to echo the sentiments of my neighbor, the senator from Kenton, and what he said. This is really an emotional issue for me. As you know, Mr. President, I've been around here quite a while now, and as chairman of the Licensing and Occupation Committee, about every 2 or 3 years, leadership would come to me and say, "Schickel, you got medical marijuana." And and over the years, we had those hearings. So I got to know these folks pretty well, and I developed, like the senator from Kenton, a genuine affection for them. I mean, I will never forget going down into the cafeteria and with a group, and several of them are here tonight that were in that group. But the person who was one of them has passed away, and he's a young man, and he took out a baggie of prescription drugs and dumped them on the table where we were eating lunch. And he said, I want to get away from this. I have a brain tumor. And it was such a powerful thing. I wrote a column about it at home and got all kinds of feedback about it. And so it was just such a powerful thing. But as I review it and as I see it, I just right now can't in good conscience vote for it, even though I admire these folks so much. And it looks like they're going to have a big victory tonight, and I'm happy for them.
Senator Smith.
Senator from Perry, please cast your vote, then explain, limited to 3 minutes.
Mr. President, I rise to explain my aye vote.
Please continue.
Like many here, I've watched this bill go through the progress over the years, and there's been a lot of debates. A lot of cast of characters have come through these hallways and the cafeteria to plead their case with us. When you look at this, I mean, this product is a plant that grows pretty well all over the place, a natural organic product, compared to many of the synthetic products in the labs, from fentanyl to Lorcetin, Lortabs, and Percocets and all this. And so it's interesting when we start debating about which one is better. One is organic, the other one comes in from who knows where, and I won't get into that debate. But what I will share with you is that I've been around here for a little while as well, and earlier in the week, many of you all saw my daughter, Creston, who came on the floor, who looks fantastic, but she always didn't. She didn't always look great, and when she was little, we spent a lot of time in Johns Hopkins, the Mayo Clinic, Cincinnati Children's, knew us by heart, and the staff was always very pleasant to act like they were so happy to see us, and of course, we all dreaded being back there. But as a father with a child that went through long-term illness, I will tell you that there's not much you won't do. You know, if there's something out there and that a drug that can help you solve that, or even give them, as the doctors here will agree, even one evening of comfort, you will happily go get it and to try to help them sleep if they can. But so if this helps any of these people we've met, whether it's the children or my veterans or, you know, elderly that need it so they can increase their appetite at the nursing home and begin to eat again and gain weight and return to their health, if it does any of those things, I will accept that as a win, that we've done our job here. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Southworth.
Senator from Anderson, please cast your vote, then explain.
Cast an aye vote and explain, Mr. President.
Please continue.
Mr. President, I think the senator from Perry started to take the words out of my mouth, because I've explained my vote multiple times. It didn't take taking the vote to actually say it, because I started at the very basics. Genesis 1:1, in the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. He created everything. He created the plants. And as my dad would always say, the problem with our system of medicine is that the drugs react with your body. They aren't bioavailable. They're not absorbing in and actually working with what we have. They actually clash. And that's why we have things that we call side effects. That's why we have unintended consequences. But my position has always been the natural items were created and our bodies, they work with them. Now, there are a lot of constituents that have concerns about public safety and issues that frankly are realistic and do need to be addressed. And so I find that the items in this bill address literally every single thing I have mentioned in the past 5-10 years as we've been working on this around the state. We got on page 46, which I'm not entirely sure about the science of this. I looked into it and the lab people told me that maybe we couldn't get there, but here it is on page 46. Percentages of THC, milligram numbers, trying to stick with the natural and not the concentrates, not going in a direction that gets away from the way that God created it, hopefully will work for our people. Another issue I looked into, because there's a big concern about signs popping up all over the planet, that's addressed on page 47. One of my concerns that's not addressed, and that can't really be addressed in this body, but I think we should all at least be aware and tell people, last year I actually tried to write this bill. And The federal government needs to get on alert because we have laws on the books that prevent our people from safely having their gun rights. And that is a huge concern, Mr. President. It's still a concern now. We're not going to get rid of that concern until Congress gets it fixed. Now, I believe in the Second Amendment, but I don't want my constituents in court over it. I would just reiterate as I close that this is a developing process. There's a lot to yet develop, but I think we have a decent foundation to start on. Schedule 1 for God's creation is wrong. That's why I can vote yes today.
Senator Stivers. Senator Storm. Senator Thayer.
Senator from Scott, please cast your vote, then explain, limited to 3 minutes.
I vote yes, Mr. President. And this is not an easy vote for me. I'm not the kind of guy who changes his mind very easily. I'm old-fashioned, a little stuck in my ways, and I have been rightly referred to as one of the strongest opponents of medical marijuana in the Senate. But there have been a lot of people over the years who may not realize it, but they have had an effect on me and have persuaded me to change my mind. Both my parents died from cancer, and they both suffered a lot of pain before their deaths. My 93-year-old grandmother suffers from debilitating back pain and bad knees and has trouble sleeping. Her solution, a shot of bourbon cream before bed and marijuana cream on her knees. There's been a lot of talk tonight about motives for why people cast their votes. It's been disappointing to hear people talk about hate when somebody doesn't vote the way they think they should. And that is so regrettable on this bill, on the bill we passed previously, because I feel like every vote here tonight is cast out of love. A love for the people of this Commonwealth. A love for the people who have come in and out of our lives, whether they're people we've known for a long time or people who have just recently come into our lives. And yes, we all start from a position of core beliefs, but we are allowed, especially the older we get, to change our minds based on the effect those people have on us. I'll say again, if you're a pot smoker and you think that this is going to be the camel's nose under the tent so you can legally smoke your pot in the Commonwealth of Kentucky, I'm not going to be your guy, and I'm never going to be your guy. But on behalf of those who suffer and can find some relief, I've come to this decision. And people have asked me why, because they know I'm a stubborn guy. Why did you change your mind? One word: compassion. I proudly vote aye.
Senator Thomas.
Senator from Fayette 13, please cast your vote, then explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I started my day here.
Senator, if you could, please cast your vote.
I vote aye. I'm sorry, Mr. President. You didn't hear me. But what I wanted to say is, I started my day here in the Senate with a prayer, and I'm going to recall that prayer as I end my day. We don't know whether we make the right decisions or the wrong decisions. Only God knows that. And, when it comes time to make that judgment, then we'll know the answer at that time. As regard to this bill, Mr. President, I do believe that we're trying to make life better for the loved ones. I had a wife who suffered from cancer and died from cancer. And I saw the continual pain that she had. I recall that, and wish I could have given her anything and everything to relieve that pain. So I only hope that I'm making the right decision today. This is something that I've been an advocate for, and only time will tell whether I'm right. But again, it's all, I know it's all in God's hands. Only God will be the ultimate judge of that. But I'm proud to vote aye with regard to this measure.
Senator Tishner.
Senator from Oldham, please cast your vote, then explain.
I vote aye.
Please continue.
I want to commend the senator from Bourbon for the work on this bill, and I would be remiss to not also recognize the representative from Oldham, 33, who spent years on this issue as well. I've tossed and turned over this issue. I've gone back and forth multiple times, and discussions have been brought in our caucus, and I've just gone back and forth quite simply. But when it comes down to it, I really have to trust the efforts that have come from our senators and our attorneys who've been working on this issue for many, many years. I've had lots of my good friends who do not support this measure. And that's a hard decision to make. I appreciate so much that we have until 2025 before this is officially on the books and legal. And we have time to tighten up what might need to be tightened up in the next session. I am not for recreational use. I'll be right there with the senator from Scott on that issue, and I will make sure we work together to keep this thing buttoned down. We've looked at states who've done it right. We've looked at states who've done it wrong. And we want to make sure we do this the best way. And the intent of it is to help people who are in need. So I vote aye. Thank you.
Senator Turner.
Senator from Harlan, please cast your vote, then explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. I cast an aye vote also, and I appreciate all the work for the Senator from Bourbon has done and everybody else that's been involved in this. I think the public needs to know that this is going to be regulated, tightly controlled. It doesn't take effect till 2025, a couple years from now before it's going to get out there. It's going to be prescription. I can take you back to 1967, 68, when the GI that came from Vietnam, it didn't have a hair on him, been the napalm. There was no pain medicine like we have today. Tylox wasn't even in existence then. And you could hear those GIs tell you, stick that marijuana in the mouth, that was the only pain relief they got. And I saw them in wheelchairs in San Antonio. So I know that the people that need pain medicine, and I've watched it as I've practiced law, represented many of them that abused it, but sometimes we got to make the decision, and this is doing it, to say, we're going to put this where the people that really need it, it's going to be doctor types prescribed. It shouldn't be abused in no way. And it's been said by the senators from Prairie and different people. If they just want to go buy marijuana and smoke it, they can. But I've seen the help that what it does for people who really need it, for pain, that they can't get it from the Tylox, from the Oxycontin, from the Nortabs, the oxycodones, from alcohol, cocaine, everything else. I saw that. I also saw the abuse of it when a young man, two guys were on guard duty, ended up one shooting the other and him dying. That was the pot smoking type. That's the type that the other senators are talking about we can't have. This is good medicine prescribed, and I'm confident that it will be properly controlled and regulated. We won't have any problems with it. Thank everybody for voting for it. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Webb.
Senator Carter, please cast your vote, then explain.
I vote aye, Mr. President.
Please
I'm
continue.
happy to be a co-sponsor, historical co-sponsor of this measure with the senator from Bourbon, and there's no one else that I would have had the confidence in to get this bill across the finish line in a form that's not like Oklahoma or some of our other counterparts And I think that, Eric and Michelle are my constituents first, I guess. And I've known them and worked with them and been a supporter of this issue for many years. And it is a historic moment, and I think we can make it a good moment as we utilize an option for a population in Kentucky that needs it, and that we can do it in a responsible manner. And I look forward to doing that. Thank you.
Senator West.
Senator from Bourbon.
Explain my vote, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
I want to say that all the people that are on that board in red, I could very easily be you. This is a very complex issue. I could have argued the other side on this issue. This is one of those issues where you take out the ledger and you list the pros and cons, and it's a long list on both sides. But for me personally, the pros outweighed the cons. But I want to let everybody know I respect the senators who voted no tonight, and I understand that. Right now, I would like to say this is not my bill. This is a work product that took many, many years to get to this point. And I would just want to thank a few people really quickly. Jaime Montalvo was key in drafting a lot of this and helping with this. The LRC bill drafter, Chris Joffrion, amazing person with amazing skill, who may have his life back now, that he doesn't have to work on medical marijuana as much. Representative Sims, who started this process with me in Mason County 5 years ago as we filed companion bills. Representative Nemus, who I believe is here, who carried the water for a few years in the House. I'd like to thank him. And I'd like to thank most of all Eric and Michelle Crawford for their work. And him being Eric Crawford, the poster child for this bill. He was a perfect person to be an advocate for this bill in the state of Kentucky. And one other group, I'd like to thank the leadership of this chamber. Some have voted for, some have voted against. But those who voted against, you set your personal ideals aside and you allowed the will of the caucus to move forward and to come to this floor for a vote. And I thank you for that. And I vote aye. Thank you.
Senator Westerfield. Aye. Senator Wheeler.
Senator from Pike, please cast your vote, then explain.
Mr. President, explain my aye vote.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Like the senator from Scott, I arrived here in 2019, and I wasn't sure where I'd be on this issue. I mean, I'm a little bit younger than he is, but I grew up in the 80s. I went through the DARE campaign. I went through the Just Say No, and marijuana didn't get a really good call from me back then. You know, I was actually a young guy that liked Ronald Reagan. So getting here was a process. You know, but in talking to people and seeing people and reading the literature and talking to some of my colleagues here, it became clear to me that, you know, these issues aren't so black and white. And what it also became very clear to me was when you meet with people like Jaime Montalvo and Eric and Michelle Crawford is these aren't addicts or druggies or people that are looking to break the law. These are people that are willing to work hard and make sacrifice to comply with the law. What they're looking for is a pathway forward to make sure that people can get a safe product, to get a product that is not distilled or manipulated by a drug company. What they're looking for is said by the senator from Anderson, is a natural product that in many cases has been shown to be very efficacious in dealing with a variety of ailments, such as seizures, such as pain, such as burns, lots of different things. I also talked to my father, who's a medical doctor, and he's supportive of medical marijuana. You know, we've lived right in the epicenter of the opioid crisis. We've seen what the drug manufacturers can do when they try to deal with pain, and it's not a pretty sight. I've also seen, and I'll again join with my friend, the senator from Scott, I've also seen what wholesale open marijuana can do. I visited Denver last year, and that's not a real pretty sight either. So I want to commend my friend, the senator from Bourbon, who has truly led on this issue. You know, I have been approached about, you know, perhaps carrying this bill. I went to the senator from Bourbon, and you know, it was just clear that he had such a depth of knowledge that was really only one person in this chamber that could really get it through, and that was the senator from Bourbon. I'm very happy for the folks that are getting real relief as we pass this bill today. Not a false promise based on an order, but a considered, reasoned debate by the people's legislature. And for that very reason, I vote aye.
Senator Williams.
Senator from Boone, 20. Please cast your vote, then explain.
Thank you, Mr. President. I am explaining my aye vote by saying I think every one of my children, and particularly the ones that are likely to vote for me, are no on this. I hope I can get them to vote for me. They're no because they've seen the negative effects on their friends as they were growing up. And they're very concerned about their friends. They're very concerned about this after. But their straight-laced aunt, my sister, who's a straight-laced Presbyterian, and her husband, who's a 37-year physician with the Jessamine Clinic, they made me promise to be yes, to get their support on this last race. And the reason is because my sister has ALS, which is a disease that is 100% fatal, very painful, and a significant amount of loss. She testified before the committee, but I'd like to read her husband, Dr. Wayne Marlowe's brief portion of his testimony. Couldn't do that because it very aptly explains why I'm voting yes. And this is Dr. Wayne Marlowe's testimony. 3 years ago, prior to Sanders' diagnosis, in our experience, I would have stood shoulder to shoulder with many medical professionals and stated that I could see no reason for medical marijuana. We should be able to treat most any symptom with something that would be effective from our medical armamentarium, word I can't pronounce. Personal experience is a powerful teacher. I am well aware that many claims are made for the efficacy of marijuana from a myriad of sources. I can't speak to that. However, there appears to be a growing body of evidence in scientific literature from around the world suggesting that medical marijuana can be beneficial in some instances. I'm in favor of giving patients, especially those with terminal illnesses, a chance to try something with little or no downside to help alleviate some miserable symptoms. Quality of life matters greatly to those whose life expectancy is significantly shortened. ALS is a disease with no wins, only progressive losses. No one escapes. Sanders' quality of life has been improved with the THC she has been using. Let's create an opportunity for a win for those suffering from those diseases where loss is your predominant experience.
Senator Wilson. Senator Wise. Senator Yates.
Mr. President.
Senator from Jefferson, 37. Please cast your vote, then explain.
I stand to probably cast the last yes vote and bring this fruition. The need to stand, I got the intern here, like I worked as a page back in 2002, I believe, for Senator Perry Clark. Perry Clark was in the House of Representatives then, and he talked about the need of medical marijuana. it made me nervous even talking about it back then, whether or not you could do that. And so I felt when I'm proudly standing in his seat today, I wanted to make sure I mentioned his name because he was pushing that issue when it was taboo. It was something he believed in because it was about personal experiences, about what you've seen. And it's funny how fast that can change the way we feel about different situations. It's funny also that once we start talking about marijuana, we also all of a sudden embraced each other and started about peace and love. I don't know if that's a coincidence or not. I don't know. But I am looking forward to working through administrative regs, to working out proper regs, to make sure this is done correctly. I hate that we're so far behind the rest of the country on so many things, but the beauty of that is we can learn from their mistakes and make sure we do best practices. So proud to have an aye vote and pass medical marijuana today.
Senator from Campbell, explain your vote, limited to 3 minutes.
Yes, Mr. President, to explain my vote.
Please proceed.
So when I began the process as a candidate, I knew that one of my desires to run for office was because I believe in a wellness revolution. And very early on, Northern Kentucky University pulled together the community to talk about medical marijuana. Well, I made sure that I visited. It's in my district, and I really wanted to hear. I was astounded at what I saw when I went to NKU. And as you might imagine, I did meet Eric and Michelle Crawford for the first time. But I also met several veterans that also lived in Campbell County with terrible suffering of PTSD that had been treated with so many different methods, none of those naturally occurring, grown from the earth, all created in some synthetic form. And I, very early on in raising my children, lived in California. And I really kind of took this direction towards also this wellness revolution that I would only eat food made by God. So I prescribed to that approach for many, many years, and we ate lots of fruits and vegetables and you know, different things. But taking that fast forward to those early days of 21 and knocking door to door, and person after person, all in Campbell, Pendleton, Bracken, said, now what are you going to do about medical marijuana? And I was so surprised because though that's never been something that I've partaken of or been interested in, my district was asking, please support this. So I am very proud to be a co-sponsor of this and grateful for the heavy lifting and the hard work of the leadership to bring this to the floor, of the adjacent senator to my district as well. And I know that we're doing the right thing today to bring this forward. Thank you.
Senator from Green, assume the chair.
Senator from Clay, for the purpose of casting a vote and then explaining.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm going to cast a no vote. And the reason I do so, some people probably know. And it's because of experiences and what I've read that I've not been convinced. But more of what I want to speak about is the fact that I don't know of anybody that's probably been more demonized about this issue than me. And so let me tell you why people shouldn't be demonized over things that they don't know what's in somebody's mind or heart. As you are well aware, about this time in 2010, I walked off the Senate floor to find out that my mother had passed from cancer, complications from cancer. Today, I stand here with a sister who just finished her 30th radiation treatment from breast cancer. But with all those things surrounding it, I've read and tried to become as well versed as you can on the topic. I have talked extensively with the senator from Bourbon about the process and how I thought the bill could be made better. but because of all the things that you come here and you experience, and I know you have, the senator from Fayette 13 has, many other people have had these experiences, that they have lost somebody to an ailment or a problem that may or may not could have been helped through the bill we're discussing tonight. But mine's not done from a perspective of having ill will or being unsympathetic. It is because, as the senator from Bourbon said, I just believe the cons outweigh the pros. But in no way is it to be deemed to be something that I think I should be demonized for, but I took this job. But maybe people need to think a little bit further before they start casting aspersions on individuals because they think they know what's in an individual's heart or their mind or their personal experiences. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any other member seeking recognition to explain their vote? Senator from Bourbon, you have about 30 seconds left, sir.
Under suspension of rules, make a quick statement, Mr. President.
Please proceed.
I made a mistake earlier with my hand scribbled notes, and I left the key person out, the senator from Christian, and his work on this bill. He did a lot of work on this bill. He worked on it for 2 years, and I want to thank him for his work. Also, I would like to thank the senator from Clay for his work. Although he voted no, much of this good work product is due to his work on the bill, and I'd like to thank both of the gentlemen from this chamber. Thank you.
Very well. Any other members seeking recognition to change or explain their vote? Seeing none, there being 26 yeas, 11 nays, Senate Bill 47 as amended is passed. Senator from Scott.
Mr. President, that concludes the orders of the day for now. Before my next communication and motion, we need to yield to the senator from Fayette 12.
Senator from Fayette 12.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Enrollment Committee has met and finds the following bills are in order and ready for your signature. Senate Bill 209, Senate Bill 150.
Chair is preparing to sign Senate Bill 150. Chair is preparing to sign Senate Bill 209. Senator from Scott, before I go back to you, I've been informed that the clerk has some reports. Mr. Clerk, please provide reports to the body.
I have two reports. Number one is a report to the governor, reporting delivery of Senate Bill 141 and Senate Bill 65. And also I have a report. The Conference Committee on House Bill 448 has met and cannot agree. And the Free Conference Committee on House Bill 448 has met and does agree.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Senator from Scott.
I'd like to communicate with the body.
Please proceed. Members, if you'll pay attention, we have some information coming from the Senator from Scott about what a little bit of the next few moments of the evening look like. And so if you will be quiet and please pay attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're going to take a brief 30-minute break until 7:45. There is food for members courtesy of Yum Brands outside the chamber to my left, outside room 327, and in room 113 of the annex, there is a soda fountain established by the Kentucky Beverage Association. Get your fortification, Mr. President, because we will be here for quite a while tonight. We're taking a 30-minute break so the clerk's office can get caught up, but when we return, we have concurrences and conference committees and other things to act upon, sir. So it is my motion that the Senate recess for 30 minutes to return at 7:45 sharp.
The Senate shall stand in recess until approximately 7:45. Members, please take note. We are in recess.
House come to order. Mr. Clerk, sun chimes. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Bullitt, Chairman of the Enrollment Committee, for an Enrollment Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Enrollment Committee has met and found the following bills to be in order and ready for your signature. Senate Bill 209 and Senate Bill 150.
Gentleman from Bullitt.
I have a few more for you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 78, House Bill 144, 157, 222, 237, 320, 329, 369, 394, 395, 519, 540, 547, 586, and House Joint Resolution 69.
Chair is about to sign House Bill 78. Chair is about to sign House Bill 144. Chair is about to sign House Bill 157. Chair is about to sign House Bill 222. Chair is about to sign House Bill 237. Chair is about to sign House Bill 320. Chair is about to sign House Bill 329. Chair is about to sign House Bill 369.
Chair's about to sign House Bill 394. Chair's about to sign House Bill 395. Chair's about to sign House Bill 519. Chair's about to sign House Bill 540. Chair's about to sign House Bill 547. Chair's about to sign House Bill 586. Chair's about to sign House Joint Resolution 69. Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, I move you, sir, that House Bills 39, 167, 302, 303, 538, 544, 568, House Joint Resolution 7, and House Joint Resolution 37, with Senate amendments attached thereto, be taken from the Rules Committee and placed in the orders of the day for concurrence or non-concurrence for action today.
Without objection, so ordered. Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, I move you, sir, that Senate Joint Resolution 98 be taken from its place in the orders of the day, read for a third time by title and sponsor only, and placed upon its passage.
Motion made and seconded, Senate Joint Resolution 98 be taken from its place in orders today, read for third time by title and sponsor only, and placed upon its passage. Mr. Clerk, please report.
Senate Joint Resolution 98, a joint resolution directing the Council on Post-Secondary Education to study the placement and services provided by public universities and community and technical colleges in the Commonwealth. Senator Stivers.
Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from Johnson for explanation of the resolution, and he will yield back to me for motion thereon.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is just a very simple bill. It's a study. In 1997, House Bill 1 created the KCTCS system along with CPE. This is just a study that's been over 20 some years that they're going to look at this and see if they're doing what they originally planned to be doing. And at the same time, they may look at a possibility of a university in southeastern part of Kentucky. It doesn't mean it's going to happen. It's just a study. They're going to review everything and then report back. Very simple resolution. And I'll yield back to the gentleman from McCracken.
Gentleman from McCracken.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, this bill has found a friend, and it needs to go back to the Senate with a rider. Mr. Speaker, I would move you, sir, to suspend the rules in order to act upon House Floor Amendments 1 and 2 to Senate Joint Resolution 98.
Motion made to suspend the rules for consideration of House Floor Amendment 1 and 2. Again, the motion is non-debatable. It is non-amendable and takes a constitutional majority in order to pass. With that, Mr. Clerk, please sound the chimes. And all those in favor of suspension of the rules, vote yea on the roll call machine. Those opposed, nay, and the roll call machine is open for your voting. Have all members voted? Clerk will take the roll. There being 81 members voting yea, the rules are suspended for consideration of House Floor Amendment 1 and House Floor Amendment 2. Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from Todd for explanation and action on floor amendments 1 and possibly 2, which should have a T behind its name.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you'll ask the clerk to report House Floor Amendment 1.
Mr. Clerk, please report.
House Floor Amendment 1 to Senate Joint Resolution 98.
Gentleman from Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move for adoption.
Motion made for the adoption of House Floor Amendment 1. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in Chair recognizes the gentleman from Edison 19.
Would the gentleman from McCracken yield to a question?
He will yield.
Gentleman from McCracken, you mentioned a rider going back on this bill. Would that rider have a backpack?
Gentleman from McCracken.
Gentleman from Edmondson, this one does not have a backpack, but he is going to the Kentucky State Fair.
All those in favor of adoption of House Floor Amendment 1, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion carries. House Floor Amendment 1 is adopted. Gentleman from Todd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Floor Amendment 1 to Senate Joint Resolution 98 does the following. Consistent with and pursuant to House Bill 1 from last year, certain monies were made available to the State Fair Board upon condition of one receiving a proposal with certain requirements therein and approval by the General Assembly of letting those funds finally that have been made available. We've reviewed the report, and this amendment would allow those funds to be let to the State Fair Board. I would move for adoption. No, we've got that already, don't we? Yield back to the gentleman from McCracken.
Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, this is the same language that was in Senate Joint Resolution 96 that didn't get out of the Senate until yesterday. And Mr. Speaker, that is all this does. It has already passed their body. They are in agreement, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Joint Resolution 98 as amended by House Floor Amendment 1.
Motion made for the passage of Senate Joint Resolution 98 as amended by House Floor Amendment 1. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, sound the chimes. We will now proceed to vote. All those in favor, please signify by voting yea on the roll call machine. Those opposed, nay. And the roll call machine is open for your voting. Have all members voted? Would any member like to change or explain their vote? Clerk will take the roll. There being 96 members voting yea, no members voting nay. Senate Joint Resolution 98, as amended by House Floor Amendment 1, is adopted. Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, would you have the clerk report House Floor Amendment 2, the title?
Mr. Clerk, please report.
House Floor Amendment 2, the title amendment to Senate Joint Resolution 98.
Gentleman from McCracken.
Move adoption.
Without objection, so ordered. Gentleman from McCracken.
Move the clincher.
Without objection, clincher is applied. Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, I move you, sir, that House Bill 39 with Senate amendment attached thereto be taken from its place in the orders of the day for concurrence or non-concurrence.
Motion made, seconded. House Bill 39 with Senate amendments attached thereto be taken from its place in the orders of the day for concurrence or non-concurrence. Mr. Clerk, please report.
House Bill 39, an act relating to the Kentucky Horse Park, Representative Pratt.
Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, would you have the clerk report Senate Committee Substitute 1 to House Bill 39?
Mr. Clerk, please report.
Senate Committee Substitute 1 to House Bill 39.
Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, I move the House not concur with Senate Committee Substitute 1.
Motion is that the House does not concur with Senate Committee Substitute 1. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, nay. Motion carries and the House does not concur. Madam Clerk, please communicate with the Clerk of the Senate requesting that the Senate recede from its amendments on House Bill 39. Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, I move you, sir, that Senate Bill 192 be taken from its place in the orders of the day, read for a third time by title and sponsor only, and placed upon its passage.
Motion made, seconded, that Senate Bill 192, is that what you said, gentlemen? Is that correct? Senate Bill 192 be taken from its place in the orders of the day, read for third time by title and sponsor only, and placed upon the floor for its passage. Mr. Clerk, please report.
Senate Bill 192, an act relating to investor-owned electric utilities. Senator Wheeler.
Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from Johnson 97 for explanation of the bill and motion thereon.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Johnson for an explanation of the bill and a motion thereon.
Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen, this is a real good bill that could help the folks in Eastern Kentucky. Since they had to shut down the coal plants of Big Sandy, the utility bills have increased pretty heavily over the years. This would allow them to basically kind of refinance and has a sunset provision on it as well for 18 months. And I'd like to yield to the gentleman from Carter.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to their power bill, Eastern Kentucky ratepayers need to win. The ratepayers in my district need to win. Senate Bill 192 is a step in the right direction. When federal environmental regulations were imposed on electric utilities across our country starting more than a decade ago, some unpopular decisions were made. The Big Sandy plant was faced with adding pollution control equipment or stop burning coal. The cost of the pollution control equipment would have been $1 billion. That's billion with a B. A decision was made to close Unit 2 at Big Sandy and convert Unit 1 to natural gas. However, the coal plant was not yet paid off, and customers are still paying for the coal portion of the Big Sandy plant. Senate Bill 192 seeks to right that wrong. In Eastern Kentucky, where the decline in population spurred by loss of jobs from the mining industry, AK Steel, and others, recent natural disasters, post-pandemic inflation, the economic pinch is felt more severely than in other parts of the Commonwealth. Today, we have the opportunity to do something that can help. Senate Bill 192 allows utilities to refinance certain debts like cost of previously retired coal plants and recovery from natural disasters, generating savings that utilities will pass along to its customers. I'm voting yes on Senate Bill 192 and encourage my colleagues to do the same. I yield back to the gentleman from Johnson.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, gentleman from Carter. I too would respectfully encourage you to vote yes on this Senate Bill 192 because it is a very good bill for Eastern Kentucky. Thank you very much. Move for passage of Senate Bill 192.
Motion made for the final passage of Senate Bill 192. Is there any discussion? Chair recognizes the gentleman from Webster 12.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen. This is a bill that I think some of you have heard the concept that we've talked about before called securitization, and that's what this bill does. And some estimates are that it could even save the ratepayers in East Kentucky $8 to $10 million a year. And so I've been working on this for about a year and a half, and I'm really happy that we're doing this for the fine folks at East Kentucky. Thank you.
Chair recognizes the lady from Floyd 95.
Will this sponsor yield to a question?
He will yield.
You know, for me, this sounds like a dream come true. I'm sure it does for you, gentlemen from Johnson. But I just want to ask, have we spoken with anyone to confirm that these benefits are going to be passed on to the ratepayers? How can we confirm that?
Yes, lady from Floyd, they have, and of course I'm carrying this for the senator from Pike, and all of are in favor of it. They know it's going to save between $7 to $10 million a year, and that will be passed on to the customer.
Lady from Floyd.
So you say that is going to be, that savings is going to be passed on to the customers?
Gentleman from Johnson.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Question for the body is on final passage of Senate Bill 192. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Mr. Clerk, sound the chimes. We'll now proceed to vote. All those in favor, please signify by saying voting yea on the roll call machine. Those opposed, nay. And the roll call machine is open for your voting. Have all members voted? Would any member like to change or explain their vote? Clerk will take the roll. There being 97 members voting yea, no members voting nay, Senate Bill 192 is finally passed. Gentleman from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for clencher.
Without objection, clencher is applied.
Gentleman from McCracken. Mr. Speaker, I move you, sir, that House Joint Resolution 7 with Senate amendments attached thereto be taken from its place in the orders of the day for concurrence or non-concurrence.
Motion's made and seconded that House Joint Resolution 7 be taken from its place in the orders of the day for concurrence or non-concurrence. Clerk, please report.
House Joint Resolution 7, a joint resolution designating honorary names for various roads and bridges. Representative Pollack.
Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, would you have the clerk report Senate Committee Substitute 1?
Clerk, please report.
Senate Committee Substitute 1 to House Joint Resolution 7.
Gentleman from McCracken.
Speaker, I move that the House does concur with Senate Committee Substitute 1 to House Joint Resolution 7.
Motion that the House does concur with Senate Committee Substitute 1 to House Joint Resolution 7. Is there any discussion? Chair recognizes the lady from Jefferson 38.
Will the gentleman yield to a question?
He will yield.
Can you please describe the changes that have been added from the committee sub?
Gentleman from McCracken.
Yes. House Joint Resolution 7 originally began as an act naming a road after my dear friend who used to serve in this body and sit at this seat. And his name is on this seat. Gentleman from Taylor brought this. It is the annual road naming bill that all the road naming resolutions that the House filed gets put in the House Committee Substitute. And we let the Senate put all the ones that they file that are not redundant to ours go in that. So this is the Senate's. They just added the roads that they would like named as well. But I want to give a shout out to the gentleman from Taylor's son who didn't have his dad at his wedding this past weekend. And I couldn't be there either because of all the stuff that we have going on here. But the Carneys are special people, and I hope that we can pass this. And I know there's many special people throughout this document on many of your hearts and minds. But that's what it is. The Senate Committee subs just simply names their roads as well.
Lady from Jefferson.
Thank you.
Motion is that the House does concur with Senate Committee Substitute 1. Those in favor signify by voting aye. Those opposed, nay. House does concur with Senate Committee Substitute 1. Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, I move final passage of House Joint Resolution 7 as amended in the Senate and concurred in the House.
Question before the body is final passage of House Joint Resolution 7 as amended in the Senate and concurred in by the House. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, clerk will sound the chimes. Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed, nay. Roll call is open for your vote. Chair recognizes the lady from Mercer for explanation of vote not to exceed 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I didn't hit my button quickly enough to make it in the form of a question, so I'll explain my vote. It's an honor to vote for all of these folks, including Senator Tom Buford from Jessamine County. Do we know if Senator Embry is included in this? I did a quick scan. Thank you. Thank you.
All members voted. Clerk will take the roll. Being 97 members voting aye, no members voting nay, House Joint Resolution is amended in the Senate, concurred in by the House, is finally passed. Gentleman from McCracken.
Move the clincher.
Without objection, clincher is applied. Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, I move you, sir, that Senate Joint Resolution 58 be taken from its place in the orders of the day, read for a third time by title and sponsor only, and placed upon its passage.
Motion's made and seconded. The Senate Joint Resolution be taken from its place in the orders of the day, read for the third time by title and sponsor only, and placed upon its passage. Clerk, please report.
Senate Joint Resolution 58, a joint resolution designating the Brigadier General Charles Young Memorial Historical Corridor. Senator West.
Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from Mason for explanation of the resolution and motion thereon.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Mason for explanation of the resolution and motion thereon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Joint Resolution 58 will designate US 68 as the General Charles Young Memorial Historical Corridor. General Charles Young was the third African-American candidate to graduate from the United States Military Academy at West Point in 1889. General Young was a native of Mason County, and I'm honored to bring this resolution before this body today. I'd also like to thank Senator West and Senator Neal for allowing me to bring this before you today. With that, I would move passage.
Question before the body is adoption of Senate Joint Resolution 58. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, clerk will sound the chimes. Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed, nay. Roll call is open for your vote. All members voted. Clerk will take the roll. Being 94 members voting aye, no members voting nay, Senate Joint Resolution 58 is passed. Gentleman from Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move for clincher.
Without objection, clincher is applied. Chair recognizes the gentleman from Bullock 49, the chair of the Enrollment Committee, for Enrollment Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Enrollment Committee has met and found the following bills to be in order and ready for your signature: Senate Bill 209 and Senate Bill 150.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chair is about to sign Senate Bill 209. Chair is about to sign Senate Bill 150. Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, I move you, sir, that House Bill 167 with Senate amendment attached thereto be taken from its place in the orders of the day for concurrence or non-concurrence.
Motion's made and seconded. Senate Bill 167, House Bill 167, be taken from its place in the orders of the day for concurrence or non-concurrence. Clerk, please report.
House Bill 167, an act relating to veterinarian licensing and making an appropriation therefore. Representative Cook.
Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from Bourbon for explanation of the Senate amendment. Motion thereon.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Bourbon for explanation, Senate amendment, and motion thereon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can you please have the clerk report Senate Committee Sub 1?
Clerk, please report.
Senate Committee Substitute 1 to House Bill 167.
Gentleman from Bourbon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have a few technical changes in this bill that's all been agreed with. We have the definition of equine chiropractor has been refined. We have completely taken equine dentist out of this bill, and we have some technical correction going on with the euthanasia language under veterinarians. With that being said, I move that we concur with the Senate Committee Sub 1.
Motion is that the House does concur with Senate Committee Substitute 1. Is there any discussion of the Senate Committee Substitute? Seeing none, those in favor signify by voting aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. House does concur with Senate Committee Substitute 1. Gentleman from Bourbon.
Mr. Speaker, I move for final passage of House Bill 167 as agreed and concurred to and amended by Senate Committee Sub 1.
Question before the body is final passage of House Bill 167 as amended in the Senate and concurred in by the House. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, clerk will sound the chimes. Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed, nay. Roll call is open for your vote.
There's always one.
All members voted. Does any member wish to change or explain their vote? Clerk will take the roll. Being 93 members voting aye, no members voting nay, House Bill 167 is amended in the Senate, concurred in by the House, is finally passed. Gentleman from Bourbon.
Move for clencher.
Without objection, clencher is applied. House will stand at ease. Gentleman from McCracken.
You wish you had a phone that David Thayer could call. Mr. Speaker, I move you, sir, that House Bill 303 with Senate amendments attached thereto be taken from its place in the orders of the day for concurrence or non-concurrence.
Motion's made and seconded that House Bill 303 be taken from its place in the orders of the day for concurrence or non-concurrence. Clerk, please report.
House Bill 303, an act relating to economic development. Representative Branscombe.
Gentleman from McCracken.
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the gentleman from Russell 83 for explanation of the Senate amendment and motion thereon.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Russell for explanation of the Senate amendments and motion thereon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the clerk please report Senate Committee Substitute 1 to House Bill 303?
Clerk, please report.
Senate Committee Substitute 1 to House Bill 303.
Gentleman from Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate Committee sub adds language from the cabinet regarding continuous film productions being eligible for the film tax incentive, and added the definition of continuous film production. Of the $75 million that we put into that each year, the tax credit, it sets aside $25 million specifically for the continuous film production until the 1st of July each year, and any unused funds would go back into the pool for all. Mr. Speaker, with that, I move for final passage of House Bill 303 as amended by the Senate and concurred by the House.
Gentlemen, we must first concur with the Senate Committee Substitute. If you can
Mr.
make
Speaker, I move that we concur with Senate Committee Substitute 1.
Motion is that the House does concur with Senate Committee Substitute 1. Is there any discussion on the Senate Committee Substitute? Seeing none, those in favor signify by voting aye. Those opposed, nay. House does concur with Senate Committee Substitute 1. Gentleman from Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move for final passage of House Bill 303 as amended by the Senate and concurred by the House.
Question before the body is final passage of House Bill 303 as amended in the Senate and concurred in by the House. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, clerk will sound the chimes. Those in favor vote aye. Those opposed, nay. Roll call is open for your vote.
Hold
Does any member wish to change or explain their vote? Clerk will take the roll. Being 93 members voting aye, no members voting nay, House Bill 303 is amended in the Senate and concurred in by the House is finally passed. Gentleman from Russell?
Move the clincher.
Without objection, clincher is applied. Gentleman from McCracken?
House stand at ease.
House stand at ease. House come to order. Gentleman from McCracken?
Mr. Speaker, I move you, sir, that House Bill 302 with Senate Amendment attached thereto be taken from its place in the orders of the day or for concurrence or non-concurrence.
Motion's made and seconded that House Bill 302 be taken from its place in the orders of the day for concurrence or non-concurrence. Gentleman from McCracken? Clerk, please report.
House Bill 302, an act relating to elections, Representative Decker.
Gentleman from McCracken?
Mr. Speaker, would you have the clerk report Senate Floor Amendment 6 to House Bill 302?
Clerk, please report.
Senate Floor Amendment 6 to House Bill 302.
Gentleman from McCracken?
Mr. Speaker, I yield to the lady from Shelby for explanation of the floor amendment and motion thereon.
Chair recognizes the lady from Shelby for explanation of the floor amendment and a motion thereon.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. The Senate Floor Amendment 6 gives the Secretary of State a veto authority over